Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 6 in Grand Lake, Oklahoma for the National Professional Fishing League. Our final stop and Showdown Saturday. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton and skinny dog James Watson out on the water to bring you several hours of live coverage as we watch the Progressive Angler of the Year Championship decided today. $50,000 handed out to our winner. And it's going to be a good one, B.
Absolutely. It's going to be wall-to-wall, treetop tall, matter of fact, Luke.
Well, it has been for the first 2 days, and we're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from yesterday. Our anglers got after it out on Grand Lake here in the city of Grove, Oklahoma. Beautiful start in the city of Grove, and Paul Browning.
No shocker seeing him flipping that shallow stuff.
He feels right at home here on Grand Lake. Flipping a lot of shallow wood, and Taylor Watkins.
Come here. Yes.
Tennessee angler.
Boom, Mary. Yes. Right
currently
there,
in second place, trying to run down Sheldon Collins. And the man everybody in that Progressive AOY race trying to run down, Mr. Brandon Perkins, Tennessee.
He's been doing a lot of that this week, setting the hook.
A lot of hook sets all year for Brandon Perkins, the Progressive AOY leader, and sitting in third place here at Grand Lake, not only trying to bring home the golden shield that comes with the AOY, but also trying to hoist his second shield of the year. William Fletcher, fortunately, bounced out of our top 10 yesterday. A little bit tougher day on Fletch, but caught enough here to make that championship there at Nickajack Lake. Bryant Smith, and over to John Policini. One of our anglers in the top 10 today. Slipped a little bit yesterday, a little tougher day size-wise, but caught several fish there on his top water and flipping program. And Bryant Smith working a Strike King sexy dog. And right over to the top dog here so far.
Local favorite, Sheldon Collins. Doing what he's been doing. Putting them big ones in the boat.
Working a variety of patterns to stay on top. Here at Grand Lake.
Jeff
Another
Dobson.
one of our locals. One Rod Todd, as I like to say.
One Rod Todd.
One Rod Todd. He's been sticking with that jig like so many of our anglers have been on Grand Lake. James Biggs.
Doing big things, man. He called his shots in this tournament. He said he was going to have a good tournament on Grand, and sure enough, he's doing it.
I don't think Biggs has ever had a bad tournament on Grand from talking to James. And back to Sheldon Collins.
There it is, boy.
And that was the fish right there.
Man on a mission.
No doubt about it. And that fish yesterday really got – he had about 10 pounds at that point, and that fish told him a lot. He was just kind of scrambling a little bit, but he got settled in with that one. He was shaking when he put that one in the boat because he knew that the guys were closing in on him big time.
That was the first time we saw that kind of emotion out of him, too, through the whole tournament. He's always been calm, cool, collect, trying to manage his fish. But when he caught that, when he knew how important that fish was, and like you said, you could see it in him. He even brought attention to it. He's trying to hold. He was shook up like a maraca.
That was right before we went off live, and then he was able to make a couple of calls and brought those to that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullum. We're going to take a look at a highlight video from that amazing weigh-in we had in the city of Grove yesterday afternoon.
He was your day one leader. He's your NPFL pro. He's your local hero from Grove, Oklahoma. How about it for Sheldon Collins? 16 pounds, 8 ounces, a 2-day total of 35 pounds, 8 ounces, Mr. Sheldon Collins. Number one in the Progressive Angler of the Year points. He is your champion out of Pickwick. He's from Counts, Tennessee. Put your hands together for Brandon Perkins. 14 pounds, 11 ounces, a 2-day total of 31 pounds, 11 ounces for Brandon Perkins. I want you to get loud for Mr. Taylor Watkins. He's got 5 in the bag today. He needs 17-16 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 15 pounds even, a 2-day total of 32 pounds, 9 ounces for Taylor Watkins. Let's see some fish.
Well, as Big Al McCullough likes to say, here comes the boom. Well, the boom was brought to the weigh-in yesterday by several of our guys, but you see there the top 3, Sheldon Collins, Taylor Watkins, and Brandon Perkins, showing out in the city of Grove.
Doing work, man. Doing what they came here to do. I will say, Taylor Watkins, I wasn't expecting him to come here and do what he's doing now. He's figured something out, man. You can see what he's doing. He's doing something similar to what Brandon Perkins is doing, just flipping those jigs on those docks and committed to that pattern, and you can definitely see it's paying off.
No doubt about it. He said some interesting things yesterday at the weigh-in, and when we talked to him last night, though, and we're going to get into that when we check in with Taylor a little bit later today. But let's take a look at that leaderboard here on Showdown Saturday. Day 3, the final Showdown Saturday of this regular season, this inaugural season of the NPFL, and Sheldon Collins, as we've said, right there on top. Taylor Watkins, Brandon Perkins, California's Brian Smith. You give me a hard time.
That's your boy right there. Rightfully so.
Brian is one of the most talented anglers that we have out here on the NPFL for sure. James Biggs, the favorite coming in, one of our favorites.
Absolutely.
Along with Jeff Dobson, who's there in 6th place right now. Paul Browning, David Hoheisel, John Policini, and Brett Loomis. And these are the guys we'll be covering. These are the folks that have figured it out the best to earn that camera today, and we're going to get to see it play out on Showdown Saturday.
We kind of talked about how it's the last term of the year. We're seeing it shake up a little bit. We're seeing some newer names in that top 10, that Brett Loomis, that David Hoheisel. It's good to see those guys making a move and getting a piece of the pie.
We said it yesterday. Some of those guys have had rocky years so far, but to end the season on an exclamation point and head into 2022 with the confidence, hey, I can make top 10s. I can make it to NPFL Live. That's got to be a big deal for those guys. So we're looking forward to carrying those guys around today, showing what they've got going on. They're going to take us with them all day long. And the most important thing that we are going to finish today, and to me, I know it's the same to you, so cool to be a part of the NPFL this year, but we're going to crown our first ever Progressive Angler of the Year this afternoon. And after 2 days of fishing, Brandon Perkins still with the lead, a 23-point lead. Unofficial, of course. Everything's going to be unofficial. Keith Carson, Bryant Smith, Jay Willie, Joe Willard, Taylor Watkins, John Soakup, who was in 3rd coming into this, slipped a little bit in this event. Nick Provanizak, David Gaston, Mark Schilling, and Timmy Reams rounding out our unofficial top 10. Of course, this afternoon, it all shakes out, and that Golden Shield will be handed out in Grove, Oklahoma. I can't wait to see who just the first ever, man. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it.
You already know who's going to win. You're excited because it's one of your buddies, one of the local Tennessee boys. You know Brandon. You know he's going to hold that thing high. You already know.
I mean, I do feel like it's fitting that it comes back to Tennessee. I've been here behind the desk all year. I'm pumped that it could come back to Tennessee, but I'll be pumped for whoever holds that trophy up.
It's a chance, though, like we saw yesterday, what happened to James Biggs could happen to anybody, right? So we're talking about, he's got it in the bag, but if there is a chance to have an issue.
Mechanical issues,
it's not over till it's over.
Catching them. Grand Lake can humble you. Sheldon Collins has told us that several times this week, and we're going to see what Sheldon thinks on Showdown Saturday because the skinny dog, James Watson, caught up with our leader, Sheldon Collins.
All right, here we are, 3rd and final day. Sheldon Collins has got a 3-pound lead. Well, 1 ounce from 3 pounds. We're going to call it 3 pounds. Okay. Not a sizable lead, but pretty dang good in the fall around here. They're going to have to catch him to catch up with you. How you feel about today, Sheldon?
Man, I feel pretty good. I just really want that wind to blow so I can go out and catch a big bag early and not have to stress about it all day. But, I mean, if worst comes to worst, I can go down lake and flip some docks and catch me up about 10, 12, 13 pounds. And hopefully that's enough. But, I mean, I'm not just going to set my sights on 12 or 13 pounds. I want to go out and bust 20 and blow this thing out of the water.
Yesterday, I was watching the live leaderboard as they're putting fish in. You're sitting at 9-something, 9-something, 9-something. What changed and what time did it happen yesterday for you? How many fish did you catch back?
So all the way up until like noon or 1, I only had 9 or 10 pounds. And then right before live ended, I caught one almost 4. And then it was like a high 3. And then as soon as live ended, it was just after 2 o'clock, caught a 4-pounder, caught another 4-pounder. So the last 2 days, as soon as live is ended, I pulled up on the same offshore spot and caught two or three good ones each day. So if I can do that again today on top of a 13 pounds that I catch somewhere else, I'll feel really good about it.
Good deal. Well, it's not going to be easy today.
No.
It looks like it's going to be. How often do we get to see Grand Lake? 2 days, let 3 days with no wind. That's odd, isn't it?
It's very odd. Me and my cameraman, we were talking. He said, I thought this was like the Great Plains. Like, it's supposed to be windy all the time. I was like, well, there's usually like 4-footers out here. But, yeah, it's been slick, calm each day. But you still got to catch them, though.
That's right. All right, we're going to see if Sheldon can hang on and get him a big trophy and a big fat paycheck at the end of the day.
Good stuff from the Skinny Dog right there. And Sheldon, he's cool, calm, and collected this morning, saying, I can go catch 10, 12, 13 pounds and maybe put this away. But second-place angler Taylor Watkins might have something to say about that.
He might have something to say. Sheldon says he's going to go out there and crack 20. I think he's going to go crack 20.
It would not surprise me at all. But the Skinny Dog caught up with Tennessee's own Taylor Watkins, sitting in second place here on Showdown Saturday.
All right, second place right now going to day number 3, Taylor Watkins. You're hot on Sheldon's heels. How do you feel about today?
I feel pretty good. I mean, I get to fish free. He's got the pressure on him. I have no pressure. I've made the championship. I'm sitting in second. I've had a great tournament. All I got to do is just go out and catch a good bag. If I go out and catch a good bag, hopefully he slips up a little bit, and you never know what might happen. So,
Man, you're cool as a cucumber. What's going on here? I mean, like, what do you drink in the morning?
no coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. But, yeah, I mean, it's a relaxed day for me. This is going to be a fun day. I just want to go out and enjoy it and, you know, no pressure, enjoy having the camera and, you know, just have a blessed day. That's all I want.
There you go. How do you feel when you get a camera in front of you? Are you all right with that?
Yeah, I mean, my camera guy yesterday, he is awesome. You know, made me feel very comfortable and, you know, I didn't even know he was there all day. So, until, of course, I caught a big one. I got to smash that thing in front of the camera. That's awesome. So, hope we get to do that a lot today.
You know, they give you neck massages, the camera guys do. They're all really good at it. I enjoy having the camera guy with me. I get the max out of it.
I'll have to check that out today. Maybe we'll go catch 25, and then we'll just get a back massage after.
That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Taylor Watkins, he's going to catch him today.
Taylor Watkins just living it up out there, second place. He's got that championship made in fifth place. And I just want to say this to you. This is your first time in studio with us, but are you getting back rubs out there from your cameraman Wombat? I mean, is that what's going on out here?
He takes care of you.
Okay.
He takes care of you. And one thing real quick, he's lying. He's talking about, I'm going to be relaxed. I've already made the championship. No, you're not. You're in second place. You're in contention to win the tournament. You are not. You might be relaxed from now on. Doc, when you make that first cast, you're going to tighten up, son.
Taylor's got a chance to run down Sheldon
Absolutely.
today. He's a little less than 3 pounds, but on Grand Lake, we got a lot of big fish out there. Anything can happen. But the man with a big lead, Mr. Brandon Perkins in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, can he be ran down? Well, we know one guy that can catch him. JMFW Worldwide, James Watson, caught up with Brandon Perkins on Showdown Saturday there at the launch this morning. Let's check in with Skinny Dog.
All right, day 3, current AOI leader and third place going into the last day of the last event. You got a little bit of a lead on Keith Carson, all right, for AOI. Let's talk about two things, the tournament and AOI. How do you feel about AOI right now?
I still got some nerves regarding AOI. Keith did not make it easy on me. None of the field has, honestly. I think updated standings last night, I had like a 14-point lead over him. I'd have to slip, and he would have to catch him pretty good. I still think I need a solid limit to seal that deal up. And, you know, that's the goal. And then after we get to that point, I got a long day, check in at 5, and I'm going to try to make a run at it today.
When you say run at it, I think the run at the tournament might be a little bit harder than the run of the AOI.
And we are back here in the NPFL studio. Fat Cat, Perkins is feeling it a little bit. He wants not only that golden shield, he wants that final shield here from stop number 6, sounds like.
He's got a chance to get more than he's one of those guys that has a chance to get quite a few. Like I say, he's already got the one from Pickwick. He's got a good chance of getting that AOI today. And then if he's in the championship, he could win one of the championship too. That man could have one of each.
I would just get a trailer built just to haul those around with me, tournament to tournament, to let them know that Daddy is here.
Absolutely.
If I've got that
Daddy
much
is home.
Daddy is home. If I've got that much hardware. We're going to go take a quick look right now at the sponsors that make this inaugural season here in the NPFL possible to bring all this live action to you guys. And we'll see you on the other side with more Big Bass from Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
GMFW Worldwide, day number 3, final event, final day. It's going to be a shootout today, folks. The weather conditions have changed a lot. It's still overcast, but we got some good wind coming this morning. I think it's going to blow like this most of the day, which is going to increase our bite and our size average. That's my prediction anyway. We still got 75-degree water temps. We had heavy rains last night for a little while, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. See what that does to the morning bite, so on and so forth. But over here's Brandon Perkins already trying to catch his. I don't know what he's on right now, to be honest with you. This dude's catching some good quality fish. He's on them. He's on a great pattern. He's eyeballing. That's what's great about these lakes. You can eyeball and pattern fish in these Ozark lakes. Watch Brandon today. The other two guys, first and second place, they're on him too. This is going to be a shootout, folks.
Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Perkins.
Out there eyeballing them, like Watson said.
That's a great point. These Ozark lakes, if you start to catch these fish on a certain type of bank with a dock, you can just run that pattern. They are great pattern lakes because riding down the lake visually with your eyes, like he's saying, he's spotting where he wants to go before he ever makes a cast. Can change water every day, which I think is very important. And I know he's rotating through some areas, and we heard Taylor Watkins say the same. Some of his docks are reloading. I actually think this is a stretch we saw Brandon on yesterday morning as well.
This might be where one of the neighbors comes down and brings him cookies and.
Yeah, I think that's why he hangs in this area. He gets some snacks.
Oh, we've noticed this tournament, man. He's met some friends on the lake.
If you're just joining us for the first time here this week at Grand Lake, Brandon Perkins trying to close out that Progressive Angler of the Year race. Take on the Golden Shield. But you'll see a two-prong approach from him today. A heavy jig around these docks, a unique presentation from Perkins on that, and then you'll see him mix in, like we are right now, a buzz bait, some on some of the flatter banks behind the docks, in between the docks. Both have played a huge key in him being in third place in this tournament and extending that lead in the Progressive AOI.
That's been two of our predominant patterns, too, wouldn't you say, that top water and that jig bite?
Perkins really, we've seen over the last 2 days, he's been able to key on the backs of the docks. He's caught a lot of fish on the front of the docks. And he's trying to chase down Sheldon Collins, just a little over 3 pounds behind, trying to take home 2 trophies from Grand Lake. But Sheldon Collins is that local hero that all these guys are trying to run down, and he's making it hard. He's making it hard on them, and we're going to check in with our leader here on Showdown Saturday, Sheldon Collins.
Definitely a fan favorite right now, without a doubt. A lot of people pulling for this young man. He wins this tournament, man. It's been a long time coming. Like we've talked about this week, he's an old soul, young man, but he's been doing this for a long time. He's very good at what he does, and
he's had several close calls on the national tournament scene. And so for him to get his first big win at home, man, I can't even imagine what that would be like at weigh-in this afternoon there in Grove, Oklahoma.
We're lucky to have him at the NPFL, too. Like, when I found out he signed on, I was like, wow, we got Sheldon Collins, because I've been following him for a long time, you know. And to see him come with us and fish with us, it's good stuff.
Sheldon in the zone this morning, you can tell, too. And as we said at the first of the show, he got off to a quick start on day one. Did not get off to a quick start yesterday, but rebounded in the afternoon. But
just one more pass through it. We'll flip that lay down. We caught that 3-pounder on the other day. And then do something a little different. We're gonna go to that rock pile we end on every day. Go over there, try to catch one big one.
This little sneaky spot there. We have not got to see that on live. He waits till the cameras are turned off.
There we go. We talked about that a little bit earlier about, hey, is he doing that on purpose? He's at his local lake. People knows he catches them here. Is he saving his juice for when the cameras go off?
It's going to be hard to hide today. I'm sure he's got some spectators out there chasing him around. Not only the spectators trying to chase Sheldon around today, but Tennessee's Taylor Watkins entered Showdown Saturday and second place. We're going to go catch up with Watkins out on Grand Lake.
Little under 3 pounds behind Sheldon.
And has been catching great quality all week. Little different look, though.
I was about to, good point.
I mean,
we've been seeing him tight to the cover, up on them docks, and right on the shoreline. Oh, there he is. Now we see it. But even the water itself is different, right? Where Sheldon just was, had a little ripple on it.
If you remember, though, yesterday, Taylor started with a spinnerbait and a buzzbait. He said he did not catch his fish on day one until the afternoon. We saw a lot of that yesterday. He made crucial culls, finished out the limit, and then crucial culls after lunch yesterday. So I think he's just kind of feeling his way around, trying to pick up a bonus fish.
Did you buy what he said earlier about, I'm already made the championship, just want to go out here and have fun? Being in contention to win this thing, you think he
wants to win. He wants to win.
Yeah.
There's not a guy in our top 10 that doesn't want to win. If you're in 9th place and you're behind by 7 pounds, you hope all those guys, their boats break down. That way you can win, right? Like, however you got to get there. All these guys are thinking about that trophy and $50,000 today. I don't care what they say. Taylor Watkins, who's been very consistent all year in that progressive AOY race. He's sitting 5th right now. We go over to David Hoheisel, joining us for the first time here on a Showdown Saturday NPFL Live. The Ohio angler.
Mr. Fishing Expo. He runs one of the best fishing expos on the East Coast. That was not even East Coast. On this side of the country, I'd say. That Columbus Fishing Expo is large and in charge. They do a great job at running that. He had a good tournament at Wright Patman. He caught him good at Patman, didn't he?
He did, but for the most part, rocky year, 83rd. And those progressive angler of the year points hooked up.
I don't know if he'll keep or not. Probably not, man. That's the ugliest looking bass I've got. All the spots on that thing. Needs to be 14 inches. Let's see if he's gonna go. Yeah, he's a 14. That's the smallest one I caught so far. I'm gonna slide this here. Right here,
David got off to a quick start on day 1 and day 2. So picking up where he left off, working that spinnerbait program.
Hopefully he goes bye-bye. Oh, nice. Even if it's 12 and 14 inches.
David Hoheisel, who's joining us in the top 10 for the first time this year, over to James Biggs, who is no stranger to top 10s here in Grand Lake.
I'm up here on the shallow flat, and literally they started busting all around me. I'm throwing a top water right through the middle of them, and they won't hit it. I don't know if they're bass or white bass, but they're in the back of this creek on a flat, so a little suspect it might be bass. But I caught 2 good ones right over here on this laydown, and that's where I'll be headed in the next minute. I'm just easing over there because it's shallow. And then I culled one at the end of the day on the next laydown. So feel like we're about to get on the board. I'm pretty excited about that because it's been a slow morning. Caught a couple short fish. I got some benchmarks. I figured if I catch 1 fish today, I'll make the top 25. If I can catch 9 pounds, I'll make the top 10. And I figure I'm going to have about 21 or so to catch Sheldon and hope he stumbles a little. But we got to get one at a time. So let's start with the first one right here on this log. Caught
Calling
two
his
off it
shots.
yesterday morning. I expect there to be one on it this morning. It is shallow though.
Tell us about what happened with your prop yesterday.
Oh, I was idling out of here and I bumped, I don't know if it was a stump or a rock, and I didn't think much of it at the time. And then I was running to Horse Creek down the lake a good ways and threw an ear. So we got to, luckily I keep a spare prop, a spare hub and all that good stuff. Got to back it up on the bank and swap it out and stay going. You got to be prepared for those things because they will happen. All right, this is the log I caught two off of yesterday morning.
Yeah, we saw him go back to back on this log yesterday.
It doesn't look like much from here, but that's the root ball. It runs a lot further out. I realized that when I ran into it trying to go to the next log. It way out here. So, just swimming a Texas rig down it right now. Right there. Trying to come up again, it looks like a little bit.
What you see Biggs doing there, head on a swivel this time of year in the fall, because those fish can go from, especially on a cloudy morning like this, being stuck to that cover where he caught him yesterday to out schooling on bait in the middle of this flat right behind him. They just roam constantly in this transition period. From Biggs, we go over to California's Bryant Smith, sitting in third place in our Progressive Angler of the Year, and fourth place here. Stop number 6 at Grand Lake, presented by Omega Custom Tackle.
Sticking with that top water too, isn't he? As we saw him throw a lot of.
He's really dialed up on the cadence yesterday. He talked about that some on live. He felt like the cadence that he's utilizing on this Strike King Sexy Dog was real important.
And he touched on he was he can actually, instead of walking it straight back, he was talking about how you can walk it left or walk it right.
Walk it straight into a piece of cover. He said a lot of the fish were reacting to that yesterday. Bryant has been on a roll since our second event down at Wright Patman, going into Harris Chain, hooked up.
Don't you do it. Oh boy.
Oh. There's some volume behind
that one. Sounds good.
Oh.
That's how you start it right there. Dude, I thought I saw something flash on it. Awesome. Oh. One hook, barely had it.
It's a good way to start the morning.
Oh, I was just about to leave too. 4 1/4. That is
stout.
Good stuff.
Have mercy.
Ooh.
Right now, our Big Bite Big Bass Challenge leaders like 5'7".
Number 2.
So 4-pounders have been gold this week.
Absolutely.
Really anything over 2.5 for the guys.
Did you think we would see something in that 6-pound range? You think?
I really did, because Grand Lake, you got a lot of fish.
Make that sounded only have one hook. God, it's like all those. I've had one fish eat it good, and that was yesterday. All the rest have just been one hook. And it's always the back one. And it's always on the edge of their lip. Every single time.
Bryant was just a little over 4 pounds back from Sheldon Collins, so a 4 1/4.
It's jacked up.
Got things knotted up here. Right out of the jump this morning. Pterodactyl in the background.
Definitely a pterodactyl.
Just about to pull a trolling motor. I was like, I better make one cast on this little point. And I am glad I did.
How often does that happen, though? You're about to move, you catch one and get sucked back in. Like this, fortunately, it was a 4 1/4. You know, it's a good.
Yesterday, swinging that 4-pounder in, I wasn't going to do it again. I don't think that one would have stayed on. Not that that one yesterday stayed on. It's just, I don't know if I would have got him on the inside of the gunnel.
And Brian had a.
I'll be honest though, I do not like reaching in a fish's mouth when they got treble hooks flying everywhere.
Brian had another 4-pounder yesterday, barely get the sexy dog. He goes to swing it in and it came off. Luckily landed in the gunnel of the boat, or over the gunnel in the floor.
That's the name of the game, though, when you're fishing those types of baits right in this pattern. It's
high risk, high reward.
There we go.
Come on.
From Bryant Smith over to one of our local favorites coming in, Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson.
Good, guys. How's it going this morning? We're day 3, Grand Lake, my favorite place in the country. We got 3 in the box, one of the right kind. We're gonna swing for the fences today. I did the math last night and I've got enough in the box to cash a check right now, so we're gonna fish big fish holes the rest of the day, even if we don't get another bite. I really want this. I'm gonna work my butt off for it today and see if we can't get it done. Say hi to my family, my wife, Marcy, my daughter, Giselle. I think my dad's watching. We're gonna give it everything we got. And Fat Cat, I still want to see you jump off that, buddy.
Hey, challenge accepted, Bobby. I'll cannonball off that.
Cannonball in a Speedo for me.
Speedo, hey, it's a kid show.
I'll wear it backwards. Let's go, man. Old Jeff Dobson, man. That's good stuff. I would expect that to come out of Jeff.
Last night came through. We got a little bit of chop on the water this morning. I think that's why they're biting a little bit better. I'm sure they're biting for everybody a little bit better.
Of course, these anglers have no idea what's going on with the other guys.
I need to make up about 5 pounds today, so don't wish bad luck on anybody, but
he does.
Stumbles and I can put together probably 20, 22 pounds. There's a slight chance I might be able to do this. So got a long day, 5 o'clock, weigh in. Shoot, I think we still have 8 hours, so we got plenty of time to try to put it together.
Started the day in 6th, exactly 6 pounds behind the leader, Sheldon Collins. I like his attitude, man. He knows he's in a place where he can do it.
Excited, too.
A lot of history here. He knows the potential of Grand.
A technique that I call vertical flipping. I fish really close to these bluff walls. You know, it's, I'm sitting in 52 feet of water right here, and it's a little shelf that comes up in here. And what I'm doing is I'm flipping this 7/8 ounce Omega custom tackle jig with a big pork chunk on it, zoom chunk on it. Right up against the wall, and we want it to fall as fast as we can get it to fall. Free line. You don't want to click your reel and let it slide down. You want it to fall straight and hit them right on the head. It's a reaction bite. Whenever these fish are inactive, that's what you got to do to catch them. This week, all 3 days so far, I've only caught 2 fish casting the jig out and drag it. One was earlier on that point and one was yesterday afternoon. All my other fish have been reaction bite, hitting them in the head with this heavy jig.
Good stuff from Dobson, breaking it down. Something similar that we've seen from Brandon Perkins, that vertical fall, on that heavy jig, 7/8 ounce Omega jig on the vertical walls. And really, Jeff has utilized these bluffs, and we've not seen anybody else really figure that deal out but Dobson this week.
Well, there goes to show that the history he has there, man. He knows what he's doing.
Just a little different pattern.
He's in a familiar
Jeff
spot, too. We
Dobson.
saw that long
Yeah.
deck coming out off the top of the bluff
Yeah,
wall.
you were sizing it up and getting speedos ready and all kinds. There are things going on in the studio I never thought would be possible. But now that you're
that
here,
water tip's a little chilly for me right now. I have to hold off till next year.
You need a wetsuit if you're going to do that right now. I hear you. So we're gonna go from Jeff Dobson now over to Tennessee's Taylor Watkins, who's also utilizing that vertical fall with a heavier jig, but around some boat docks instead of bluffs. Let's check in with Tennessee's Taylor Watkins. Already got that sun. You notice that?
Yep.
It's going to help those. We're supposed to have rain and clouds and wind. Weatherman's a liar.
What's new, right?
Can't trust the weatherman ever. Taylor Watkins.
Oh, have mercy.
Oh my gosh. Please stay on there. No. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there, baby. Yes!
Oh.
Boom, baby.
Yeah, he just boat flipped it. Did he just boat flip a hole?
Yes. Oh my gosh, dude. Look at that behemoth right there. Yes.
It's a grand lake.
Slow down. Take your time. Oh my
Stud.
goodness. Golly. Don't tear your trolling motor up.
That's what a grand bass looks like, isn't it?
That's right.
That's full grown.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you know that 3-pound deficit?
Yeah. Hey, you know that thing about I'm just going to go out there and relax
That's
today?
a good one, boy.
That just changed.
Yes, sir.
Your favorite term in fishing is game changer.
It is.
But sometimes it does apply.
True story, and this is a game changer.
And maybe
I was just about to say,
need to
let's
change
go.
your pants
I
as
was
well.
almost done with it. I was going to fish these next couple docks right here, and I was going to go. But, dude, there's quality here. I mean, there is quality. If you just put your head down, you just got to fish and fish and fish. I don't know. Goodness. We still got our best spot to go to.
There's a little bit of that soak-up laugh we've heard.
Yeah.
Great start.
That fish catch changed my entire outlook on this tournament.
Well, lucky fish hook there, Luke Duncan.
There you go. There it is.
Got me a lucky fish hook this week. Down here at the local tackle store on the corner of the guy. We got in there and he had some baits that I was looking for. I thought I was gonna have to drive an hour and a half to go get them. But he just so happened to have plenty of them. Now granted, I haven't caught or weighed a keeper on any of those baits yet this week. But we got in there telling stories and stuff, and he was telling me stories about how in the past the classic champions had come in there and bought lures and stuff and then won the classic. And he said, if you win this week, you gotta promise me that you're gonna come by and sign a lure and hang it up on my wall for me. And then as I was walking out, we had told stories and stuff. He said, I got something I want to give you. And he reached back behind the counter and he pulled out this hook and he slid it on my hat and he said, that'll be your lucky hook this week. He said, I got a good feeling about you. We'll see. It might happen today, boys. Whew.
Bro. If that doesn't give you chills, you know what I mean? What a story.
Taylor was telling me that story last night, and we were talking about it here in studio this morning because we had asked about the fish hook on his hat. I'd never noticed it this year, and it does have significance. He catches an absolute Grand Lake beast.
Yeah.
And we get
just
the good stuff
gets
right
that
there.
momentum going. Like the momentum he already has, it just adds to it.
Yesterday he weighed 15 pounds. He had a solid foundation of fish, but no bigs.
And Luke, he hasn't even hit the good spot yet.
He just heard him. He's got 2 magic docks that we've seen him catch most of his fish off of. He's a scary man right now if you're Sheldon Collins.
Absolutely. The pressure is definitely more so on Sheldon than Taylor by so much. Because like you said, he came into this, he's qualified for the championship. That was his goal for this tournament. He's got that, and now he's in contention to win even more so. And Sheldon, we all know what it's like to be. We don't know what it's like, but we've seen how it goes down. We saw Brandon Perkins go through that stressful situation. And these locals, we talked about earlier, could be a local curse.
That Showdown Saturday's tough.
It's almost like you want to be in second.
Absolutely. You'd a lot rather be the guy chasing down Sheldon or the guy that's in first place. And like Taylor, he was cool this morning. No pressure. But, man, there's going to be some fireworks at that weigh-in this afternoon or Showdown Saturday. I can't wait to see how it all plays out. And there were fireworks yesterday at that weigh-in in Grove, Oklahoma. We're going to take a look at that now, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action like that. Grand Lake Giants are on the move this morning. Stop number 6 of the National Professional Fishing League.
He was your day one leader. He's your NPFL pro. He's your local hero from Grove, Oklahoma. How about it for Sheldon Collins? 16 pounds, 8 ounces, a 2-day total of 35 pounds, 8 ounces, Mr. Sheldon Collins. Number 1 in the Progressive Angler of the Year points. He is your champion out of Pickwick. He's from Counts, Tennessee. Put your hands together for Brandon Perkins. 14 pounds, 11 ounces, a 2-day total of 31 pounds, 11 ounces for Brandon Perkins. I want you to give loud for Mr. Taylor Watkins. He's got 5 in the bag today. He needs 17, 16 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 15 pounds even, a 2-day total of 32 pounds, 9 ounces for Taylor Watkins. Let's see some fish.
When your game plan actually comes together and you work that hard, the win is the pinnacle. It was a dream come true.
14 pounds, 3 ounces, your new leader, Brock Mallory.
I'm really excited about it. My practice is going very similar to the way that it did when I was in Winnebago. Fishing similar things, similar game plan. I'm using my live scope more than just my eyes here. In Winnebago, I was using my eyes. But I'm actually working my live scope around docks to see the submerged brush piles and such that people put in here for like crappie fishing. And it's giving me targets. I feel like I fish better when I can fish targets. I really need to catch them pretty good here to make the championship. I'm sitting, I think, 33rd. And mathematically, I'm sure like a 20th place would do it, but I'm not fishing for 20th. I'm swinging to the fences a little bit here, seeing if I can maybe stick a top 10 or better. I'd love to see myself double back up and win again. It would be unreal. It's a high end of pressure, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work with that. I'm trying to build off of it and just stick with my confidence. You know, my strengths and everything that I'm really, really confident with is what I'm doing here. And I think that's going to help me a lot.
Hey there, Fishing World, we're shaking Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Honey Creek Barbecue. This place is wall-to-wall, treetop tall, about to have a sample of the sample platter. They got the brisket, they've got the ribs, they got the pulled pork, the sausage, nana pudding, baked beans, but they've got more than that. Monday nights, they've got sushi. Friday nights, they've got smoked prime rib, Bobby, and they do an Oklahoma version of a Philly cheesesteak. Instead of using that fake, weird, shaved-up meat, they use brisket here at Honey Creek Barbecue. They got a little bit of everything, so make sure you come check them out here at Honey Creek Barbecue, Grand Lake.
Welcome back to Grand Lake. And the good stuff from the Big Cat right there, checking out all the barbecue necessities.
Good stuff. Hey.
Do they have bok choy there?
Bok choy. They do not have bok choy. Funny you bring up bok choy. They do have sushi every Monday night.
They do.
Yeah,
but
why?
no bok choy.
They don't have bok choy, Luke. I'm good.
Fat Cat Newton loves him some bok choy. Back out on the water here, though, to Brett Loomis.
Bok choy.
You fans out there want to
here we go.
Send your bok choy recipes to Fat Cat Newton.
I'm good on the bok choy. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, it was horrible last night.
Asian cabbage.
Asian cabbage. Like a bowl of onions. Funny story about Brett Loomis. Him rooming with Jeff Dobson, getting away from the bok choy stuff. We've been seeing him fish different stuff, been fishing docks and things of that nature, but now he's on that bluff wall. Fishing that more of a rock stuff similar to what Jeff fishes.
Of course, our competitors, they can share information with each other.
That's right.
That roommate love there. Beautiful morning out on Grand Lake.
Man. Not what I was expecting to see after the forecast.
We're expecting tornadoes and stuff, man. The way you've been talking, you kind of let us down with the Fat Cat weather forecast.
Hey, dude, what's new, right? Letting somebody down is what I do. But you can look, it's just where he's at now. Sun's coming up. Yesterday, they didn't see the sun all day, did they?
There was just a haze all day long, but no wind with it, no rain. Today, we were supposed to get wind and rain. And so far, just a beautiful morning out there in Grove, Oklahoma. Brett really focused when he's out there on the water. Doesn't say a lot.
No, he doesn't. He's very focused. He's dialed in.
Which, if you tuned into the live broadcast yesterday, that tends to get Fat Cat 9 in trouble.
I cannot buy a bite this morning. I'm fishing these a little earlier than we normally have. Looking for all the cuts in here. You got to see where the water runs underneath these bluffs. Because these bluffs drop straight off, and if you look at the bank, that's what it looks like going down the ledge. So those fish are just sitting suspended. And you've got to hit the bank with your bait because those fish are facing at the bank to come after it.
How was today comparing with the first 2 days?
Yesterday we had one keeper at this point. We went into the initial spot, and there was a guy that kind of jumped in front of us a little bit, but we're going to make it work. It's been a grind every day to catch a limit, so this is no surprise to me yet.
Who's holding down the fort at home?
My fiance is holding the fort down, and then my young boy is, and actually after weigh-in tonight, I'm going to drive straight home. It's his 3rd birthday tomorrow, and the party starts at 2 in the afternoon. So I got about a 17, 18-hour drive to get home. So I'm going to be driving all through the night.
He won't be the only angler doing that, will he? We have a lot of those blue-collar guys that are going to leave tonight and make sure they're back home to go to work on Monday.
I think that's a fisherman thing. We're part-time truck drivers, part-time fishermen, and we like to, once the tournament's over, these guys don't hang around. They're not going back out fishing on Grand tomorrow. Most of them are either going fishing somewhere else, getting home, going to work, or like I said, family commitments.
Absolutely.
18 hours to get home for his son's birthday. Brett, I was talking to Brett last night, and these bluffs, something that he was saying, that, and he mentioned it there, very interesting. He said, you get these straight bluff walls and you can just see that with your eyes. But he said, if you pay attention, that some of these, they have washed out places from wave action. And he said, if you can get that jig on the edge of those, that's where a lot of his bites are coming from. So he's actually going down these bluff walls looking for little changes, little cuts in the
little
bluff.
catfish holes, too, and things like that. He actually brought it up on the way in. He was talking about how you could actually hear plop, plop. When you hear that sloshing, he's like, that's what he's looking for. When he hears that sloshing, he knows them holes are close, or that, like you say, how it cups in.
From Brett Loomis in our 10th place spot here on Showdown Saturday, over to Mississippi's John Policini, the 9th place pro here on Showdown Saturday. Has been in our top 10, been hanging with us all week.
Oh, my gun today.
Mississippi State Bulldog, John Policini.
Right. The Racing Fish. That's what he goes by on social media. When I first saw his profile, oh, there he goes.
He ain't gonna play. He ain't gonna play. He ain't gonna play.
Sounds like you don't play.
I don't play no games.
You don't play.
Looks like he was on a Caribbean cruise wearing that Hawaiian shirt when he got his daggone profile picture taken.
Might have been the only fish I've caught on a jig. Didn't play? No.
We talked about him. He's one of the guys, man. He's been a help on tour this year with the guys having boat issues and mechanical issues. Policini's a workhorse.
No fish.
Like I say, he grew up doing around that race car stuff, so he knows how to work on things. He's really helped a lot of guys out this year. It's good to see him up here having a good tournament, too.
Kind of an up and down year. We spent some time with him at Wright Patman Lake there, stop number 2. Fishing way up in the woods at Wright Patman with a spinner bait.
Yes,
more
he
of the same this week. Kept saying yesterday, I need that mud. Get me in the mud.
That's right.
Mississippi mud. He was tired of that clear water. He's like, get me out of this clean Grand Lake water.
He's a river rat, man, no doubt about it. He wants that skinny, muddy stuff. That familiar sound?
We saw several good fish come in the boat for him over the last couple of days on that plopper.
When Watson interviewed him on day 1, he had 3 or 4 of them on the deck of the boat, too, different sizes and colors.
I'm sure there's a lot of people at home going, oh, he burned this fish, he burned this fish. I ain't burned nothing. It ain't been that many fish to burn. You couldn't light a cigarette with a flame I've been throwing.
Be honest, I am going to steal that from John Policini.
He's one of those guys, man. He'll tell you how it is.
I love it. Can't light a cigarette with the flame I've been throwing. I like that.
A little cameo by the cameraman right there.
More pterodactyls. Grand Lake, also known as Jurassic Park, apparently this morning.
Man, that sun is just popping.
Yeah, with all that wind and rain. Where's it at?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the weather anymore because I don't even know what I'm talking. I'm just going by the weather.
You did spend most of the day setting up the fact that the conditions were going to change, and here we go.
I'm regurgitating what the weatherman said was going to happen. I mean, these guys are about to start fishing bluebird skies the way it looks. That forecast, I don't even know what's going on. But you can see it's starting to break up a little bit for them. We are seeing a little bit more wind today, though, compared to yesterday.
You can hear it, too.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Starting to pick up. We're entering this 9 o'clock hour here on Showdown Saturday. 1 hour down of our live coverage. Of course, we're with you till 1 p.m. today on TNPFL.com. There's already been a lot of action out on Grand Lake, and we're going to take a look right now at the morning's activity. Stop number 6, National Professional Fishing League, presented by Omega Custom Tackle. Mighty Mouse. That big hook set, Sheldon Collins. He's small in stature, big in confidence.
Like a stick of dynamite.
That's right. Our leader coming into today's Showdown Saturday.
In the boat.
Good fish from local angler Jeff Dobson. Out here having a great time on Showdown Saturday. And the flamethrower himself.
There it is. John Policini.
On that plopper.
Your boy, Brian Smith.
Cali Kid.
Doing work on that sexy dog.
I said, don't be like that.
Wrong fish Saturday.
Mr. Hoheisel?
Hoheisel.
Started there.
Taylor Watkins. That was his first fish of the morning. A great fish for Taylor Watkins.
Paul Browning flipping that fighting frog in that shallow wood, doing what he's been doing all week.
Come on, Mike. Get in this boat right here.
Talk to him.
Go.
Oh, it's going to happen today.
He switched up to a frog a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And Taylor Watkins, second place coming into today.
Look at that.
Baby. Looking to change that.
Meat in the box right
Showdown
there, son.
Saturday.
Thing built like me, all gut and no butt. Have mercy.
Shots fired by Taylor Watkins. And we get a look there at that Golden Shield NPFL Progressive Angler of the Year trophy right there on the shores of beautiful Grand Lake. And somebody's going to hoist that today. We're going to hoist our final regular season Shield of the Year. B, we're like, it's the Sheldon Show. It's the Sheldon Show.
Yeah.
It's the Sheldon Show. Taylor Watkins only has 2 in the boat, but they are great, great quality fish. His biggest fish of the week by far, that second fish we saw him catch. Are we going to see a shakeup?
Man, you know, Sheldon this morning, you kind of you knew he knows he has that target on his back, right? So he's tense, he's worked up, and he's been doing this for a long time, even though he's a young man. So he knows that pressure. Taylor Watkins said, "I'm relaxed, I'm cool." That calm, cool demeanor, going out there and jacking a good one the first one, then putting what he said was 4 something, looked more like it was close to 6 in the boat. It's Taylor could be a threat, no doubt about it. And those wheels are going to keep spinning more and more. Sheldon, as the day goes on for Sheldon, and he's not capitalizing, he's not putting fish in the boat, it's going to get harder and harder for Sheldon, like it did for Perkins on Pickwick. Because I remember Perkins was scrambling, man.
For sure, the first few hours, yeah, and then he kind of settled in. And I'm sure Sheldon will do the same. But fish of that quality have been so hard for most of our field to come by. So to see a 3+ from Taylor this morning, and then one that we estimate definitely over 5, he's swinging. He's swinging big here on Showdown Saturday, and you heard him there with Skinny Dog this morning. No pressure at all for Taylor. He's 5th in our Progressive AOI. He's got that Nickajack Championship sewed up, so he's just fishing free, and, man, he is having a good time.
He's in that Nickajack. He's familiar with Nickajack,
He's from that area. He lives over there.
My.
He's going to be a threat, definitely, to take on the Silver Shield there, that Nickajack Championship. But things really starting to play out all kinds of ways here on Showdown Saturday. We're going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. We're going to check this out, man. These guys are all encouraged to enter their estimated weights. We give them a hard time. Of course, we just said Taylor entered that big one as a 4-pounder. Come on, Taylor. Come on, Taylor.
Get
but
your
we're going
life
to take
right.
a look at it right now. This is unofficial, of course, and will become very official this afternoon at the drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. But Taylor Watkins up top in first place over Sheldon Collins. 2.5 pounds or so there right now, almost 3 pounds over Sheldon unofficially, of course. Bryant Smith in third. Matt Mollahan.
Look at that. I'm glad to see it, man. Like I said, we've talked about him. He's had a struggle bus of a year. He's been fishing like he's supposed to be fishing, been fishing clean for the most part, but has had to deal with boat issues numerous times. Pickwick, it cost him 14 pounds, his one-day weight, which would have made him a whole lot more comfortable in that Progressive AOI chase. But here he is, man, getting those valuable points to make that top 25 for the championship.
And he's been doing work here at Grand Lake. Started Showdown Saturday in 11th place, but he's still the bubble boy. He's right outside that top 25, looking to make a move here today on Showdown Saturday, make that Nickajack Championship. Jeff Dobson, the local, in 5th place. Paul Browning, Brandon Perkins, our Progressive AOI, sliding a little bit this morning, having a slower morning. 7th place, Derek Blake, another Tennessee angler that's got that Nickajack Championship locked up, made a big jump yesterday in 8th. James Biggs and Timmy Reams rounding out the top 10. Any surprises to you in that unofficial top 10 right here early?
Matt Mollahan being a 4th. I'm glad to see it, but I was surprised to see him move up that early, man. It's good stuff.
It's a big jump from 11th to 4th.
Absolutely.
Hopefully
and he needs every fish he can get, every pound, every point he can get to make that cut for
hopefully
that
keep his
championship.
foot on the gas and bump up a couple spots and make that Nickajack Championship, man. That's our first ever NPFL championship. It's going to go down the second week of November on the Tennessee River. And really that top 25, rewards consistency. We've had all season our schedule, we go to Florida, Texas, Alabama, back to Tennessee, Wisconsin, and now end up on a stingy Grand Lake where these guys, the puzzle has been hard to figure out. For some, it's been the case of the haves and the have-nots, but Grand has definitely showed out for the top half of our field, at least here. And the guys that make that are going to have a great time at Nickajack, but they've earned it. An entry fee free championship, $25,000 on the line, and we're going to see it all go down there at Nickajack. But the guys are out there working hard. We're going to get back out there on the water with Arkansas's Paul Browning, working those logs on shallow flats like he does on that Arkansas River. He feels right at home at Grand Lake.
Hunting, fishing, loving every minute. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was at my other job. Good morning, Luke and Fat Cat. How's it going, guys? Man, it's been a pretty awesome morning. Got a frog bite going. Topwater frog, not my fighting frog. I should be sitting on about 13 and a half pounds right now. But I lost about 3, and I had another 3 miss it, and another good fish to blow up on. I got 2 for right at about 5 pounds. Changing it up today. I kind of looked at the points for AOY, and I think I'm good if I can just catch a limit today. So I kind of thought I could swing for the fence, and sitting in 7th place, you know, the check line's all the way down to 25th for the same money, so I can kind of swing for the fence a little bit today. So that's the plan. I've been wanting sun and wind. Now I'm wanting clouds and wind, so I think I'm going to get what I need today for this frog bite to stay all day. Hopefully the big girls will bite. I've had some decent fish today that I've seen. I just need to let them reposition so I can go back and catch them later this afternoon. Hopefully the rain will make them choke it a little bit more. They're just not quite getting it all the way. I'm trying to give them a little time to eat it, and it's just hadn't worked out just yet. Still trying to keep the flipping bite honest, but I've had 8 bites on the frog this morning, so it could be really good if they'll start eating it. I'm going to gamble a little bit then with my frog. I got a lot of confidence that I can catch them on it, so we're going to run with it. If it gets slick, I don't know if the wind will ever stop blowing out. If it gets slick, I'll just go back to flipping all these trees. I'm throwing this frog around right now. So that's the game plan for right now. When it starts raining, I've got a culvert that I'm going to go to. I'm hoping we'll get a bunch of rain really quick so it'll have some flow. There was a whole bunch of shad in there yesterday. If we get some flow coming out of that pipe, I think I could catch them on it pretty good. So we'll find out. Stay tuned. Hopefully we catch them. If not, good luck to the guys who do.
Paul Brown is the man.
Top notch, man. How often do you hear an angler want the rain? Like, hey, man, hope we get that rain. Like, he wants rain.
Well, he found a little spot, it sounds like. A little sneaky spot. Get some current flow for some runoff. And I found those spots before. I think a lot of folks listening at home, a lot of highland lakes like this. I think of Smith Lake in Alabama. It's a little more highland than this, but when you get a lot of rain, you get run in the backs of pockets. It can create a little current flow. The fish will stack up back there, and he's saying he found a culvert. They get a little flash of rain, might cause some fish to set up for him. But throwing that frog around, and he had talked how shallow these trees were already. So that frog just perfect coming over their heads. They're scattered around those trees a little bit more this morning with the clouds and the wind, I'm sure, not holding as tight as they do when that sun's up. Paul Browning has made it work this week here at Grand Lake. From Browning over to our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Perkins.
That's a 1 pounder, no, a half pounder that might be close to 14. It's a little spot. 13 and a half.
Perkins with a little slower morning so far. What do you think? Will we see him? He's been dialed. We've said it for 2 days. Will we see him get off of these docks if he doesn't have them in the first few hours?
No chance. I think he's caught him there this whole time. I think he'll stick with it. I think he'll live and die by the docks. He might go off, but I haven't seen him do anything else or talk about anything else other than those docks and the way those docks are producing. We're seeing them produce other places too. Yeah, he's not going nowhere.
I have to agree. He was talking to him the night before the event ever started. He was really fired up about this pattern, and we've seen it for 2 days, just very, very confident in what he's doing.
I'm going to go blast off and start this day all over again. That's fine. I'm going to catch him somewhere, some way, somehow.
Wheels are turning a little bit.
Like you said, though, it's still early. And he's got a late check-in. He's one of the top 10 that get to come in at 5.
A lot of time.
Perkins with that unique technique. Similar to what we've seen Carson do before. It's all about just that, how that bait falls, correct?
You want it to be natural.
Vertical. You just want that vertical drop. Get that reaction bite.
For a lot of jig fishermen, that is, it's an unusual placement of the rod, honestly, because a lot of guys, you want the rod up there at 12 o'clock. You can feel, so you can set the hook, but Perkins
He's not
is throwing a
feeling.
heavy jig. He's, watching the line. Letting that thing free fall, watching the line, and he'll go from rod almost hit the water to kill shot engage.
Bro, the dudes. He sets a hook like a boss, man. Boom goes the dynamite when he hits him.
From Brandon Perkins over to a 4-box. James Biggs, Brett Loomis, Sheldon Collins, and Jeff Dobson. I know I say live action a lot, but that's about as much live action as you can get right there, man.
That's right.
That is just – I've got a good friend that says wall-to-wall treetop tall, and I feel like that is what that is.
It is wall-to-wall treetop tall. Be able to watch all 4. I mean, you see all 4 doing something a little bit different for the most part. I'm trying to figure out if Biggs has – what is Biggs doing? Is this spinner rod in his hand? Can you tell? Or is he dragging something
No, I think he's on that jig program
Okay, gotcha.
again, maybe.
I just knowing Biggs, I was assuming he had a spinning outfit in his hand. But predominantly he's been that bait caster this tournament.
We've seen him mix it up. We've seen a few fish on the spinning rod. Seen some on a buzz bait from Biggs, some on a 3/4 ounce jig for Biggs. Brett Loomis with a jig, Jeff Dobson with a jig. If you're coming to Grand Lake,
you could be throwing a jig.
You're going to want to go over to Fisherman Central and pick you some up.
That's right.
Most likely an Omega. That's what several of our guys in the top 10 have been utilizing this week.
Jeff Dobson's one of them.
An Omega custom tackle jig.
He's been predominantly fishing that 7/8 and 1 ounce. Just trying to get that reaction bite.
Everybody's quiet. Intense.
That's right.
So far this morning. Showdown Saturday. But a lot on the line.
Well, that storm coming in last night. They talked about it was a thunderbuster last night. Do you think that affected how the fish are eating this morning? Like, what's your
I have seen with bad storms in shallow water, sometimes it does affect. You get a lot of lightning popping around. It can impact some of those really shallow fish.
Is that right?
On some of those shallow flats. I don't know if it's the noise. I don't know if the lightning, if it scares them, but I've seen that a lot, especially in the spring. I've seen that several times. You have something dialed in on a super shallow stretch of bank, especially around the spawn. I've seen this, but then you have a nasty storm come through, shut them down. But really, out of our 10 guys, we don't have anybody attacking that shallow, super shallow flat stuff this morning other than Policini, and we saw Biggs start on it, but now Biggs is working that offshore program we saw him work yesterday. Of course, Loomis and Dobson on the vertical bluffs.
Yeah, you're talking
Sheldon
about
fishing one of his pets.
There you go, pretty much.
Pet store.
Jeff Dobson and Sheldon Collins, the amount of history they have on here, and then Biggs, like there's a lot of fish catches in those 3. Loomis, I'm not sure if his experience here, I don't think it's much here on Grand, but Biggs, Collins, and Dobson have all done very, very, very well here on Grand, and it's a reason they are sitting in the top 10 right now.
Without a doubt. Well, from the 4-box, we're going to go take a look at the folks that make all of this possible here at the National Professional Fishing League and all of our live coverage, and that's the fine sponsors that have made this inaugural year happen. And we will see you on the other side for more live action from Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's that? Hey guys, hey everybody from Ohio, thanks for watching. It's been a little slow morning so far. Gonna be doing a little bit of fixing my rod, broke my line. But so far, just to tell you what I've been doing, I've been fishing the mouth of Wolf Creek and all the docks on Wolf Creek. First day, they wouldn't bite the jig, so I switched over to a Senko, caught 14 pounds. Yesterday, it changed and they went back to the jig, caught 13 pounds. Today, I've got one small fish on a spinnerbait, Big Joshy's swim bait trailer. I've just been fishing this 1 mile stretch, fishing slow, methodical. Kind of reminds me of fishing at the Ohio River, just picking everything apart. There's a lot of people that are fishing this area. They'll zoom in and they'll fish for a little bit and they zoom out. And I've just been kind of staying steady and getting 5-6 bites a day. So I'm hoping that happens today. Caught a nice 4-pounder on a brush pile back there. Fished it pretty hard today. Had a good bite here on this brush pile. Missed it. I'm going to reline everything and get back at it. One thing I'd like to mention, of course, and some of you know I own the National Fishing Expos. Columbus Fishing Expo, that's what probably everybody knows me as. But we're switching to National Fishing Expos Columbus, Cincinnati. We're starting a brand new show in Kansas City. So if you're in those areas, check out the shows. Columbus and Cincinnati, or Columbus is in February, Cincinnati and Kansas City are in January. And remember, for each adult ticket, we allow 2 kids 17 and under and for free. So we got to get kids in the sport of fishing. That's what it's all about. I'm having a great tournament. Love being on live. Want to thank all the NPFL guys, all the staff. Grove, the city of Grove has been great. We've loved it, and hopefully I can get some fish on live for you.
Good stuff from David Hoheisel. That Columbus Fishing Expo, I'm telling you, it is one of the best fishing expos I've been to. It's big, has a variety. I'm not going to lie, the fish fry, the food is on point at that expo. But if you guys ever get a chance, go to that Columbus Fishing Expo.
We're going to check in with Jeff Dobson, now the Oklahoma angler. Been in our top 10 all week, as expected.
That's right.
A little different look from him here, though.
Come on. Biggin. 2. I got 2. I got 2.
It's a party. Showdown Saturday.
Nice.
How about them apples? I think one of them might keep.
The first time we've seen him on live lay the jig down and he catches 2, maybe.
Figure out how to do this without getting a hook in me. Tore his lip up because he's hung up with that other fish.
Oh, hot potato.
Yep, that fish keeps. Barely, but he does. Just barely.
Can hear it in the breathing. Jeff's fired up this morning.
Man. He's putting on a show for he's at his home lake. He's on camera, man. He's doing what he's supposed to do, catch fish.
I've done that.
It's got to be a good feeling, man, to be on your home body of water, be on camera.
On, man. There ought to be some big ones in there.
Family and friends watching. You're able to do work and put on a show for everybody, man. Especially last tournament of the season for you. Like we talked about it earlier, man, going out with a bang. He keeps catching them like that. He's going to do something good.
He's a line burner.
I believe that's going to give Jeff 4.
If we're going to do anything today.
Dobson 39th in those Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Hard to make up a gap like that, though, here with only one event to go from 39th to 25th. And he's already in the top 10, so he doesn't have a lot of room to grow in the standings there. So probably going to be on the outside looking in.
He knew that coming into this. He knew. He came here to win this tournament. He knew he wasn't going to make the championship. We talked a little bit about that.
I thought he missed it. He had it.
Is that 14 inches?
I don't know. It's going to be close. Another one of those line burners if it does make it. Working the pencil popper.
$14.25.
There you go.
There you go.
Right now, it's just about getting that limit, right? You want to get that limit first thing in the morning, get that monkey off your back, and then just concentrate on upgrading after getting that limit. Another angler seeing them pool noodles.
One more and we got a limit.
So that was number 4.
There ought to be some big ones mixed in with them. Come on. That's literally 100 foot of water right there. The rock pile's over here. What they're doing though, there's an underwater bluff wall here. And they push shad up here until they hit that wall and then they come to the surface and eat them.
Some of that local knowledge right there. And this time of year, those bass do. They want something to push those bait fish that they're running down.
That's
they want to push
5.
it against something.
That's 5, so we probably ought to, man, I can't help but think it'd be a big one on these.
We've seen him fish the bluffs above water. You know, the past 2 days, now he's fishing underwater bluffs. Are you bluffing me? No, I'm being serious.
Hashtag
Nothing.
cat jokes instead of dad jokes. Cat
I was
jokes.
at nothing. I don't get nothing out of that.
They don't like when I laugh on camera.
I'm sorry. Well,
So,
I'll try to say something funny next time.
On Facebook, you know, it
good
lights up
thinking.
comments. My laugh's annoying, so I'll text you that some emojis to let you know. LOL.
LOL.
You know, we seen them yesterday do that, but they were sand bass, so I just kind of figured these were too, but you always got to check them. You never know.
Gonna let Dobson check on those fish, and we're going to go check in with the man that's been making some noise this morning, Taylor Watkins. It's out on Grand Lake.
Just like that, it's over. No, it ain't.
Hooked up.
That is a big one.
He just interrupted us.
Wow.
He's like, "You're not leaving me
That's
to go
right.
to Taylor Watkins. You sit right here. You sit that. Stand down."
A pretty good one.
I think he stuck around because he liked my jokes.
Oh, I got him foul hooked. Felt like a big one because he's foul hooked.
Oof.
Felt like a good one because he was foul hooked.
Jeff, is it okay if we go check in with Taylor Watkins?
Yeah, really. He's on them right now,
No
though.
doubt about it.
Just weeding through them small ones. Get to
Yeah,
them big
and
ones.
we've seen a lot of that this week. You've got to go through a lot of fish, and we've heard the guys say that on that drive-through weigh-in stage with Big Al. the fish population in Grand right now, that 12 to 14-inch range. They had a flood here in the last couple, 2-3 years. Great spawns, a lot of fish in that 12 to 14-inch range. So Grand Lake is super healthy right now.
I really wished I had a jerk bait tied on. Maybe get down a little bit deeper underneath them and get a bigger fish to bite. But I don't have them. That looked like a better fish. With me. It's not jerkbait time yet.
Taylor Watkins. He's not working near as hard as Jeff Dobson.
No, he's not.
Just slow and steady with that jig.
And we're seeing Jeff do some different stuff. He's changing it up. Watkins, not so much. He's doing what he's been doing. It's
That's
not
part of that home lake thing, though, right? Like Dobson's got a lot of knowledge, a lot of places in his head that this final day he wants to leave it all out there. Taylor just knows what he knows.
That's right. Good point.
And
I'm not used to saying that with you. Good point. I don't.
Neither is anybody else. Watkins.
Yeah, buddy.
Seems like every time he sets hook this morning, it's a good one.
Yes, sir.
That lucky hook.
He's feeling it, man.
I think that guy's going to run out of those hooks after this tournament.
That is number 3. Yeah, baby. We're going to cull this one. We're going to get rid of this one today. Mr. Whitey, you're going to go, but you're going to ride for just a minute. Thank you to my wife. Thank you to my mom. I appreciate y'all. My mom has made it to every single event. She has traveled all over the country and followed me all over the place. Thank you for getting me into fishing. I love it. If y'all got a kid out there, you better take them fishing. She always said to me, if he's on the lake or in the woods, at least I know where he's at. So that's where I spent all my time. And that kept me out of trouble, so now we're try it with your kids. Thank you, Mom.
That's good stuff right there from Taylor Watkins. Get the kids off of that gaming console, put them on the water with that fishing pole.
That's right.
Get them off that Xbox, put them on that tackle box.
Updating that WayLive app. And while he does that, we are going to go check in with the skinny dog, James Watson, who is out here doing work for us this week, but also giving himself new nicknames.
And also stealing my job.
He is definitely stealing your job.
I'm going to be out of work.
Picky Boo, I see you. Guess where I am? Huh. Patricia Island, another known landmark on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Hey, to my right, Sailboat Bridge. To my left, goes down lake. Behind me is the cut through. If the water's up high enough, we cut through there and save us a couple minutes of run time. Known landmark. When we're coming in at the beginning or at the end of the day, we know we're not too far from home, unless there's 4-footers out here, of course. A lot of fish this week being caught right around Patricia Island. I'm not surprised one bit. Hey, we're just going to bop B around, flip around, see if we can find some more anglers to watch.
Yep.
Like I said, man, James Watson trying to steal my thunder. He's doing a good job,
right there.
man.
Peekaboo.
Good job.
We see Skinny Dog.
Golly. Love me some
Patricia
Watson.
Island.
Patricia Island.
Patricia Island. Back over to our leader, Sheldon
Well, I'm about
Collins.
to pull it out because I don't like this one. Oh, that's a mess.
He's about to pull it out, he said. What's he gonna pull out?
What's in the box? He He's got a lot. That's kind of a combo box.
That's a smorgasbord.
It is. I see spoons. I see a lot of top waters, but also some big flutter spoons. But it looks like changing up the color of his whopper plopper, which is something on live we have not seen.
No.
Sheldon.
Policini had a few
utilize.
different ones tied on, but we didn't really get to see him use them in action, the different ones.
We've seen him throw a buzzbait some, but not anything that's
Old
helped him on
Shaky
live.
Collins. Shaky 5-pound Collins. Yeah, man, I heard about it. Remember he pulled up on a main lake stretch of pea gravel, and boy, he started wearing them out. After he caught a 5-pounder flipping the dock with a shaky head. Yep, it's about perfect. Like out here, I mean, it might so throwing a topwater on lakes like this, whether it be a spook, a buzzbait, a whopper plopper, I always like to have a little bit of wind. It just, I don't like to throw, now when you're frog fishing, you want it slick calm, like up at Winnebago, but out here, just a little bit of wind, I don't know, you just seem to get a lot more bites.
Look at that weather coming, though. You know, we were seeing sun a little bit ago. Taylor Watkins had the sun in his eyes. Collins, different part of the lake, it looks like, with that front's moving in fast. What's going through his mind right now, Luke? Where he is, day 3, going to day 3 leading, being the local. Not a lot of action this morning.
Old shell dog.
Skinny dog to shell dog.
There you go.
I think he's probably game planning.
Yeah.
You know,
He doesn't
his
seem too
next
stressed
few-
out.
No, not at all. He's been in total control since day 1. He made it happen yesterday, really doing
Yeah,
different
caught a
things
lot
than he
of
did on
biggins
day
down
1.
This bank this time of the year, throwing a top water. It's just a real flat pea gravel main lake bank. When the wind's on it, the shad like to get pushed up here.
You're hearing that
I
history
fished
come
it in
out.
practice, but there was no wind. I never got bit. Yep. And it's just one of them spots that, I mean, I'll fish from here to the end of that dock, or till that first dock down there. Don't take but 5 minutes to fish it. And usually if you catch one out here, there's you can go up and down it and catch them.
Great look at one of those flat gravel banks.
Yeah, and I'm
on Grand.
seeing on my active target there's bait down this bank. So that's a really good sign that there's going to be some pushed up here.
A little bit of wind, you can hear it there. He said he needed it for that top water to work.
Huh? Whopper plopper. Chumbawamba. Out here chucking around a chumbawamba. Trying to get a bite.
camera guy getting introduced to the fishing world and all of our cool names for baits. Whopper Plopper.
Oh.
A Chumbawamba.
Hold on me right there.
I'll be honest, Chumbawamba, somebody needs to be making one right now. Make a custom tackle Chumbawamba.
We want one of them ones that just knocks the snot out of it.
What would winning this thing mean to you?
Man, it'd be awesome. It'd be really cool. I've always dreamed of winning a big tournament of this caliber. It'd be a dream come true. I won a BFL regional back when I was 18, and that was just a great feeling. But it's really hard to win on your home lake, as everyone knows. So no matter what happens today, I'm going to leave it all out on the water. I'm already getting paid, so I'm happy with that. Just leading a tournament on my home lake for a couple days, man, it's hard to do. It's really hard to do. So we're just gonna have fun today, go fishing, and then if it works out, it works out. If it don't, it wasn't meant to be. So.
Would you go to Disneyland?
I probably would, yeah. Never been. I really don't want to go, but I'd probably go. Just to say I have been. There he was. That was a big one.
Mighty Mouse planning on hanging out with Mickey Mouse if he wins this thing.
He's going to force himself to go, though. From our man trying to go wire to wire. Over to Michael Yoder. A little boat-to-boat action. Yoder fighting to stay in that championship cut for that Nickajack finale we're going to have on the Tennessee River the second week of November.
We caught up here with Michael Yoder. He's flipping every little square inch and little sweet angle he can take at boat docks up here shallow. He's got a couple of bass already this morning. And we just saw him break a fish off. I didn't get a look at it. Of course, I know Yoder well enough. It was probably somewhere around the 7 to 12 pound range. What do you think about Texas size 12 pounder? Yeah. Hey, I don't know if you pick your own tennis shoes out or did you get them at Lady Gap? I don't know where you got your tennis shoes, but those are flashy. Well, that was awful nice of one of my girlfriends. Well, got something else I can give you. How you doing on snacks in that boat? You got any snacks for us? We're kind of running low around here, Yoder. So when we get off live, guess what JMFW is going to do? Hop on Yoder's boat and steal his snacks.
Yoder putting the poles down, dropping the poles. We've appreciated Power Pole supporting us this year. They've had the service crew out. He's like the Maytag repairman, though he doesn't get to do anything because those power poles don't. There's no need to work on them. But they have supported us. They have been at most of our events this year.
Yeah, they caught us off guard. A couple of them are just popping up on us, man, and being there for us without us even asking. So, yeah, shout out to Power Pole, man.
And so many anglers now worldwide, like James Watson,
Absolutely.
utilize power poles, especially if you're fishing shallow. They're just a tool that you almost have to have on the back of your boat.
They also a game changer, without a doubt. And the sport of bass fishing, have mercy. It definitely changed the game.
Just that quick.
Just that quick.
Double tap that button. You're on the go again. Power pole. Yoder fighting to stay in that top 25 in that Progressive Angler of the Year race. And the man that's on top of that race, Brandon Perkins, trying to take home that Golden Shield. And we caught up with Mr. Perkins before the event to talk about what it would mean to take home that Golden Shield. Tennessee's Brandon Perkins.
it's pretty awesome. It was definitely a goal coming in, but AOY is always, in my opinion, it's a tough goal, toughest goal to achieve. To say that I'm, expected this, no, but shocked, no as well, but everything has to go right to win AOY. We got, this one right here, one left, and we'll see how it goes. In this inaugural season of NPFL, to beat these guys, to be the most consistent, because, looking at the results and the standings as it is right now, man, I have caught them everywhere we've been all year, and I've got a 4-point lead, so it's going to take me catching them again for sure, but it'd be super special. So I've been to Grand once, fished Costa here in 15 or 16, 15 I think, and caught them good, but it was in April, was sight fishing. People were like, you at least gonna know where to go and stuff, and I didn't even honestly know the layout of the lake when I was here before. You could troll, and every 20 feet there was one on bed, so I never looked at any contour lines, any creek, anything special. I was just trolling and looking. So this is totally different, but I like Grand. I felt confident coming in. I have, like I said, never been here in the fall, but I have fished Ozarks and Table Rock and some of those, especially Ozarks in the fall, and I was hoping they would fish pretty similar, and from what I've seen so far, they kind of do. I mean, a jig for sure, a jig, a spinnerbait. I mean, if the wind blows, definitely a spinnerbait. I mean, it's Oklahoma, and I mean, I'd say some kind of topwater just based on the conditions. I'm not saying I've caught them on a topwater, but based on what it's going to do right now, all of practice, it's been hot and sunny, and 2 days we had wind. Today it's slick, but I think for the tournament they're calling for cloudy, rainy days. I feel like a topwater will play, but I'm gonna go with a jig, a spinnerbait, and a topwater. I feel like Big John's gonna jack him. I mean, he's an Oklahomian, so I really don't know. I don't know weight-wise. I feel like 15 a day will win me AOY, and I may be wrong. May take more than that. I don't feel like I'm safe, catching 12 a day and getting a check, just because the couple that are right close behind me are going to catch them. They catch them everywhere we go. So the goal is 15 a day. And I've had a good practice, but I know that conditions are going to change. And, what I pride myself in, and the reason I think I'm where I am in AOY is because I've adapted and I've been able to change in changing conditions. And, I just don't want to let the pressure and the stress of this situation and this tournament and AOY and all that get to me. I just want to go fishing, keep it simple, and figure it out each day.
Hey there, Fishing World Wood Shaking. Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Honey Creek Outdoors, one of the biggest tackle shops here on Grand Lake, Oklahoma. This place has it all. You need to come on in here. Guess what? You can even bring your family, bring the kids. They got a little area for your kids to play while you come over here and make it rain. You can buy the tackle. They've got guns and a phenomenal bow shop. They built this business on their archery game. You want to make some string music, whether it's with a rod and reel or whether it's a bow and arrow, you can come here to Honey Creek Outdoors and make that happen.
Welcome back to Grand Lake, the city of Grove, Oklahoma. They've been such an awesome host for us this week for stop number 6, our final event of this inaugural season, the National Professional Fishing League, and the man that is trying to take home that Progressive Angler of the Year trophy. Brandon Perkins.
Okay. Look what did he just cast over 5 wires, bars, and everything? Like, what are we doing with our lives right now, bro? If a 5-pounder hooks on, that is scary.
We've seen him do it this week, though. We've seen him dragging them over those cables.
Yes, we have. We've seen other guys do it, too. That 25-pound fluoro can do it, apparently. But, man, I mean, just look at that.
Of course, yeah, you have to stay in the boat to land a bass, so they can't leave the boat. I think they can prop up on that dock with one foot, but cannot leave the boat. Part of the body has to be with the boat.
I did. Can I come through again? What's that? A hydro wave? Yeah. I do? Did you have it on the other day? I did not have it on the other day. When you went by, all those crappie left. I didn't know if they started following you. No. You want me to go around you today then? You sure? Yeah. I don't want crappie to leave now.
Might have one of the local guides out there on a guided trip on a crappie hole, it looks like.
Seriously, no. I have seen it work on bass for sure. They're jacking crappie. I am not jacking bass currently. I'm on one baby. I've had some pretty good opportunities this morning and have not capitalized. I'm not switching gears or anything like that. Like I'm not, throwing in the towel, fishing for good ones and trying to catch keepers. Like I'm sticking to my guns. I am confident that it's gonna happen. I'm gonna land them. I'm kind of starting to figure out before this new set of conditions what the fish were on. They were kind of on the outside post this morning, which is, I don't know, abnormal, I would think, just based on what little I do know. Most of the time they've been on the back side, the back line early, and then they'll kind of suspend on the outsides. But this morning they have been on the outsides.
Perkins hooked up. Over 5 cables.
Over 5 cables. Luckily, it wasn't a 5-pounder.
They're getting smaller. It's kind of troubling, but we're going to measure it to see. 13 and a half. I have not caught many of those this week, and today that's several of them. But I had a ginormo one. Missed my buzz bait earlier. And if I had made a good quality cast, I feel like I would have caught it. I made a crappie cast. He's bowed up on another crappie. But
distracted thinking about those fillets.
There's a lot of dangers here. I'm not, some watching may say, oh, he's spinning out, and I'm not at all. I am mad at how the morning's gone and my execution, and I've broke off 0 bass all week. I'm flipping way bigger line than probably most people, but it was bound to happen. As nasty as this stuff is, I could have had a bad spot in my line. It ate it like a good one on the fall, caught it. It was, it's just been morning, one of them crappy mornings. We're gonna overcome it. I check in at 5. We got a long day. Conditions are good for what I'm doing right now. And I'm still highly confident.
Lots of things running through Perkins' mind right now. Trying to seal the deal on that progressive AOI.
Little girls at home, Lakin and Lola, watching today from the river, I believe, but I need y'all to get on the ball and start catching me some big ones, girls. Bring Daddy some luck.
Of course, we got to meet Perkins' family there at Counts, Tennessee when he took home the trophy.
We got to meet half the town.
Yeah,
at that weigh-in. Have mercy.
He's the mayor of Counts, Tennessee, I believe.
You. They showed out for that tournament. It was an amazing weigh-in.
But very similar to Sheldon, trying to overcome that home lake curse, home lake jinx that is so.
I caught one on this dock every day this week.
So common in bass fishing.
It's kind of crazy. No shade, no canopy, like just a dock. First cast after I swap rods is usually a good one. I mean, so I'm not the best skipper in the world, so I just basically manned up and put some big boy line on and have navigated my way around them. It's difficult.
Hooked up.
Man called a shot.
Oh.
That may not be a bass. Go! That is not what we were looking for. I can't get you in. How is this gonna be the deal? I skipped a jig up there and this big old sucker ate it.
Have mercy. Alligator.
Now I am frustrated. Oh gosh. Side of the head, yeah. I'm a friggin' carp snatcher. He ain't done yet. Let's do this. There we go. Get him out here away from these cables.
Pretty smooth
That
move
was,
under pressure.
man. That was pretty good. Oh, don't we quit,
I
man.
want my jig back.
That's a good way to break the rod.
This is the David Dudley hot mess of the morning. Nominee right here.
Holy crap. I thought that was a Normo.
It is just wrong flavor.
That's right.
I would hold him up, but I don't want to jack my jig hook up.
You're fishing for AOY championship. You ain't got time to be holding drums up.
Yeah.
You get to play that drum roll at the end of the day today.
When it's your time, it's your time. That's what they say. That dude just ate my jig, basically.
He had called it.
I'm skipping
Yeah,
a
he sure
Strike
did.
King structure jig. Right now I'm throwing the 1/2 ounce because I'm a little shallower. I've thrown a 1/2 and a 3/4 bow with a Strike King Rage Craw. I've, nothing crazy different than what most everybody else is doing, I think. I mean, it's a dock deal. I'm mixing in a little top water, trying to get my backlash out from that journey. Whew. That was heart breaking and heart pumping. But mixing in a buzz bait, a little bit of a plopper, and I feel like, and I have felt like it since blast off this morning. We blasted off, it was low light. I thought, man, it's gonna be a topwater day. And then these dang bass, every one except for the big one that missed my buzz bait, have been on the very outside out here like it's a sunny, high sky day. Like, it makes no sense to me. Well, like I keep saying, we're gonna figure them out. They are changing based on conditions. Like, the sun will pop out, and then I feel like maybe they will suspend on the outside, and that's when I don't get a bite. So it's a little opposite of what I thought I had figured out. I'm gonna go run some new water here in a minute. I say new water. Water that I caught them on day one that I have not been back to yet. And probably will run some new water. All right, right here is where I've caught one every day this week. I'm sure that carp stirred up, created some excitement for whatever's down there.
I feel like that carp was the boss of that dock.
Yeah. He was a big fish, right?
Indeed.
Indeed.
Come on, fish.
Is it common, though, for drum to mix with largemouth and stuff like that to be in the same neighborhood?
That was a carp.
A carp, yeah. I'm losing my mind, yeah. Why do I keep saying drum?
They just roam around everywhere. But as far as other what we call trash fish, what we don't want in a bass tournament a lot, especially those drum, and Grand Lake's known for those suckers, like a lot of the other lakes that we've fished this year. But, they mix in because they're eating the same things. They all eat the same – in there on the same forage base, eating those crawfish, especially drum like that, and drum love a jig, but big old carp. And we're going to go from the carp master, AOY leader, Brandon Perkins, into our highlights, the guys that are figuring it out on Showdown Saturday. Lots of action so far. Early in the day, Taylor Watkins. Paul Browning, who's changed it up from a flipping program to a frog program, having a great morning so far.
He's been putting on a show this morning, man. Jeff Dobson.
In the boat.
And Jeff definitely feeling it on the home lake.
Speaking of home lake, Sheldon Collins, local favorite, leader of day 1, day 2. Off to a slow start, but we're just getting started.
And we've seen him put it together late the first 2 days.
That seems to be his deal.
Lays the foundation in the morning, and Jeff Dobson.
Get in the boat. That's a fatty. That one's for you, fat cat.
My man.
Getting the shout-outs. He wanted you to jump off of a dock earlier. Now he's giving you shout-outs.
He knows how to play the game.
He knows.
He's no stranger to the rain. He knows what the deal is.
Knows how to get straight to that big cat heart of yours. That's what he wants. We get a good look at that shield there that all of our anglers are fighting for, $50,000. First place today, along with that beautiful trophy. But we're paying 33 places overall, so really 2 tournaments going on. And then you got that Progressive AOY race and the race for that Nickajack Championship. Any surprises this morning?
No surprises. I'm surprised we haven't seen more out of Mitchell Webb. I figured we would hear about Mitchell Webb a little bit, seeing him move up that way live tracker, because that's somebody that, another local guy that we started out day 1, had a camera on him. I was hoping to hear more about him and see him make a move today, but we haven't. There's a lot going on in this tournament. Like you said, man, the AOY Championship, guys trying to qualify for that championship. You got guys, Sheldon Collins, Jeff Dobson making a run. Taylor Watkins trying to win this tournament. Then you have guys just trying to get a check. We have some of the guys out there that haven't made a check this year trying to make that check line. Here's the deal, man. You get 32 spot, you get that check. 33 spot, you go home with a fat old goose egg. So you got guys trying to get a piece of the pie. It is a lot going on today on Grand Lake.
And we've said that the last 2 days. Even if you've had a rough year, if you can approach this final season event almost like it's your championship, right? This is your last chance to prove yourself out on the NPFL, prove to yourself and to prove to the field, hey, I can contend, try to get in the top 10, and we've seen several of our guys do that. End on a high note, an exclamation point, to try to turn that around going into that 2022 season that's going to kick off next year in the spring. And we're almost finished, man. We are almost finished with this inaugural season. I still can't believe it.
And here's we dropped some bombs this week on the round table. We put the new angler list out there. We got 20 new anglers coming next year, and there'll be some familiar names on that list of 20.
Some big-time bass fishing
2022
names.
is looking to be really good for NPFL.
It was really competitive this year, but next year, you better bring it.
Yeah, man.
You're going to have to bring
That's
it
right,
every
absolutely.
single tournament. The guy that wins Angler of the Year next year certainly going to earn it, just like.
And there's whispers of the schedule. What's going to be on the schedule? They're talking. You talk about versatility. We're going to just like this year, man. That's like you've touched on, man. Whoever wins that AOY, they earned it because they are good at a little bit of everything.
They have earned that golden shield. And so far, Brandon Perkins in that little bit tougher morning. But we're going to take a look at those unofficial, very unofficial. We don't want anybody, we said yesterday, we don't want anybody calling us, hey, you said my baby was winning this tournament. It's all unofficial until we get to that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon. But our man of the morning on Showdown Saturday, Taylor Watkins, in that first place spot. We saw him catch an absolute.
Might have the big fish for the tournament yet, even though he's sandbagging it.
Oh, yeah, he's sandbagging it on that way live out, but an absolute Grand Lake giant this morning from Taylor Watkins to start his day. 2 other great fish in the boat. Jeff Dobson, look right there, making a little charge.
I think first time this year we've had 2 fish caught at once on camera.
That's right.
Yeah, Jeff Dobson doing work out there and changing it up. We've seen him predominantly throwing that junk fishing, but basically throwing the jig a lot. Decided to throw that jerkbait.
and a topwater mixing in both and just doubling up, making us, happy here in the NPFL Live studio. Sheldon Collins, our leader, coming into Showdown Saturday, bumping back to third right now unofficially, but we know he's got a lot left to say here on Showdown Saturday. Bryant Smith, Matt Mollahan making big moves, starting the day in 11th place. Now he's up there in 5th place unofficially. Timmy Reams, Derek Blake, Paul Browning, Brandon Perkins.
Hey.
And your man right there in 10th.
Yeah, Riverly. That's a guy, man. I'm telling you, every time his name comes up, man, we talk about Riverly a lot. We talked about him having bad luck earlier this season. If he hadn't had that bad luck, he would be a whole lot higher in those AOY standings.
Absolutely.
That's a name you're going to hear a lot for the years to come.
Yeah, he's a very talented young man, and he's just outside of our Nickajack Championship cut. And, of course, had an unfortunate disqualification down at Wright Patman that cost him his day one weight, and he had an excellent day one, but rebounded, handled himself like a pro, and it has been absolutely great to keep up with Riverly and his story. He is on it on the NPFL.
Like a true professional. Very similar to how Sheldon is, that younger cat, but an older soul, knows how to handle himself and knows how to be a professional.
Definitely. These guys are very seasoned veterans to be in their 20s. It's crazy to see for an old, guy like me to sit here with gray in his beard and watch these guys. They break it down. The pressure doesn't get to him. You're hearing Sheldon. He's laughing and cutting up out there this morning.
I wasn't expecting that. I think he'd be a little bit more tense, a little bit worked up, but he still seems to have that, I got it.
He's got it in the bag. I mean, in his mind, he's like, look, I've got brush piles here, I've got docks here, I've got some schooling fish here. He's been working so many different programs to maintain that lead coming into Showdown Saturday. I think he believes he can go wire to wire, and that's what it takes,
and
man.
We touched on it earlier, too. He's hitting his juice when the cameras go off, it seems like.
It seems like, yeah. Really? We're calling him out on that a little bit, but he said it this morning. When the cameras go off, I've been making big upgrades every day, little sneaky offshore spots, so I hope we get to take a peek at that at some point today.
I bet you do.
Sheldon, we'd like to see the juice. He's been awesome on camera this week. Caught a lot of big fish, but he has called out a few times after we've gone off live, and that's something I want to remind all of you about. You want to watch that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon, 3:30 p.m., tnpfl.com. We're going to leave you today at 1 p.m., so a lot of fishing time. Our top 10 checks in at 5 p.m. there at Wolf Creek in the city of Grove, Oklahoma, and that's when things will get underway. And we're just going to start handing out trophies. We're like Oprah. Everybody gets a trophy this afternoon here at the NPFL. Now let's jump back out on the water to the California kid, Bryant Smith.
No shocker. He's throwing top water still. And you can see that front's moving in. We saw a break of sun earlier, but it seems like that front's coming in. Those guys might get wet today.
You really hope the conditions change just because you have.
Because I'm not out there. I want to see Watson get soaking wet and just look at. I cannot wait to see what Watson gets into because, like I say, it's coming down. The storm's coming.
Bryant, another one of those young anglers that has that old soul, that veteran attitude out here on the water.
He had a lot of heat on him coming up. We had a lot of chatter on him coming over here. Like people giving you heads up. We've talked about it. But, hey, man, when he comes in,
shout out to my buddy, Randy McBride from the Wild West.
Danny's cousin.
Last Trail. Danny McBride's cousin. definitely doing work out there on the West Coast. And he told me, hey, Brian, you better watch my boy Brian. He showed out on the West Coast here, Wild West. And then my buddy Cody Meyer, a veteran West Coast angler, just really getting fired up about Brian Smith and his chances here on NPFL. And he's third place in that Progressive AOI. So I'd say he is represented.
Absolutely.
West Coast. Represent. California knows
We got
how
a
to
few
party.
of those West Coasters with us this year.
We do. Luis Fernandez fighting to get into that Nickajack Championship. He was odd man out yesterday. From Brian Smith over to, weather change.
Here we go.
Sheldon Collins. Of course, Grand Lake is a giant body of water. You can have different weather conditions on one end than you can the other. And
Hey, Sheldon, what you thinking about what's going on in the sky?
Looking pretty gnarly. I don't like it. Definitely ain't helping.
You enjoy fishing in the rain?
Nope, I hate it more than anything.
Man, is this going to mess his afternoon bite up?
I think it'll make it tougher on guys, in my opinion. I know that most guys are catching them flipping docks, kind of like what we're doing now. When it starts storming, raining, they don't really set up right underneath the docks.
I still think Sheldon has to have a rod caddy. Somebody's in the back of that boat straightening those rods.
I think they're actually, he's got them nailed down. The ones on the left, I haven't even seen
His
the
props?
Oh, yeah, it's props, just for looks.
Epoxy to the front deck.
It was interesting to hear him say he didn't like it, though.
Bait you're using because of the weather?
No, not really. I'm still flipping I just got tired of flipping that little shaky head around, so now I'm throwing a jig. I just feel like a jig's gonna get bigger bites than that worm does. So I'm gonna fish around for a little bit in here. I ain't fished this cove in a while, but it's the right kind of docks. They're shallow. It's leading back into a good pocket. A couple good main lake points just out at the mouth of this cove. And I'm thinking that we might run into a big one somewhere in the next couple docks. I'm not going to fish all the way back.
Soothing sounds of the rain there at Grand Lake. That could put you to sleep, man. We could sell that Fat Cat in an app, I think, for people to play on their phone.
I like your style, man.
You like that? Well, we've got to go thank our sponsors so we don't have to sell apps to make everything
Lucky
possible
us,
here
right?
at the NPFL. Yeah, they don't want you and I selling anything, I don't think. But we're going to go check in with our fine sponsors, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from rainy Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the bass tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Grand Lake and John Policini up that river. We saw him mix in this bluff topwater deal a little bit yesterday, but then he got frustrated with it and said, I got to find some mud.
That's right. Got that familiar sound, though, that plopper.
He's definitely milked that technique into a top 10 here on Showdown Saturday.
Do what? Okay. It's a Whopper Plopper 75, made by River to Sea, I think. And I'm trying to call up a reaction strike right now. This bank that we're on right now I really need sun, but
oh,
I'll be right back.
No, you don't. You don't need sun.
Oh, you little bitty knucklehead. Anyway.
It sounded like a good one, though, didn't it?
It did.
It needs sun on this bank. But it's just a little fat bait. I got a Quattro hook on the back. I had a spinner on it, but I hit the trolling motor earlier and knocked the spinner off, and I don't think that's what was causing the, I think it's just a reaction bite. And this bank here is really not producing what I thought it would, but I like I said, I need sun on it. That's about it. It's just a little whopper plopper. We don't have any wind. We had wind all in practice, and I don't know, it's just tough little old mud hole right now. Or clear bathtub. I wish I could find some mud hole water.
That's a river rat for you.
Change locations. Go fish some stuff I found the first day that I haven't fished any. Not really thinking I needed it, but I'm gonna need it today. That's a wrap. Gonna rain too.
Looks like John's gonna make a move.
Gonna go try to find some of that muddy water, huh?
You might have to work hard for that on Grand this week.
Well, where you can see mud.
I think we're gonna check out a little bass tank breakdown.
So I left and
over here with David
when I got down to
Hoheisel.
New Orleans. When I got down to New Orleans, there was no gas station. There was no the whole state of people lined up on the highway waiting to get gas. No gas to be found. Oh, don't get stuck.
All right, folks, here we are at David Hoheisel. He's going to give us that bass tank breakdown.
Something that David mentioned that is very interesting, and it's something that plays a lot, I feel like, in a lot of national tournaments, but it certainly plays in the fall, is he is fishing the mouth of Wolf Creek, which is where our tournament launches from, right outside of the off-limits area. And Wolf Creek is a large creek, feeder creek on Grand Lake. It's a popular creek because of all the cover it has, the docks, lots of laydowns, lots of flats. But most major tournaments on this lake go out of that Wolf Creek landing. So you're getting, some people call them retreads, but you constantly get a new flow of fish there every day and every day during this tournament. So he has milked this stretch for 2 days right into the top 10. And those fish, I always say they're harder to catch because they've seen the game, right? They've been through it.
Yeah, I caught something earlier. He's an Ohio boy, but he compared Grand to the Ohio River.
That's a stretch.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that. What do you think?
Ohio's so tough, but I get what he's saying. I do think we see this a lot of guys from that region. I take a guy on the Bassmaster Elite Series, Bill Lowen. He's a great veteran angler from that area, and he always shines in tough events. And I think there's no surprise that Hoheisel from that Ohio River area is in our top 10. On a stingy for a lot of guys. Hey, we had guys that could not handle the pressure of the tough fishing that just loaded up and went home. They said, to heck with it. Fishing is hard. They loaded up and went home. These guys have worked hard. They figured it out, and they're getting rewarded for it handsomely here on Showdown Saturday.
Yes, sir, they are.
Brandon Perkins taking a little shelter, I believe.
That's right.
Could sing Rolling Stones, Give Me Shelter now. Would you like to?
You going to break it down for us, a cappella?
You've been the one singing all
Brad
it.
just sent out a text and said, alert, alert, alert.
Uh-oh.
Brad being our tournament director.
Brad Fuller.
I feel like I can catch a bass right here. Okay. Weather channel.
Pulling the app up. Probably pull that radar up and see what's going on.
Like to say we do not have weather delays in professional fishing here at the NPFL, but Brad can make that call.
What?
That is not Tennessean.
50 miles an hour.
Oh.
Good grief.
So it's potential these guys are about to get the taste.
To get juicy. We're just going to hang out, I can tell you that.
Perkins doing the smart thing, taking shelter. And that's what tournament director Brad Fuller, the safety of the anglers, obviously the most important thing. And if you're in the wrong area of the lake, it sounds like there's a big one brewing in the background.
Yeah.
Taylor Watkins.
Have mercy.
Unfortunately, though, Brad Fuller sending out those texts. If you're Taylor Watkins and it's raining like that, you're not ruining your iPhone. So he may not.
Good point. Yeah, you're right.
May
You're
not
in
have
the zone,
seen the
baby.
text.
That's right.
You notice, though, he's been working that jig on these docks. Conditions changed, picked up a spinnerbait, thinking those fish might be higher in the column.
Trying to find a positive and the negative
That's
with the
right.
storm coming in. I was going to touch on these docks. That's one good thing about Grand, where they are. These guys should find cover. There are some bodies of waters we fished this year. They didn't have that opportunity. There was no option to find cover. So this is the first time we've really had adverse conditions like this through the whole season.
I think remember we had the threat of it down there at Wright-Patman, and that was a concern because there were no residential docks on the lake. So the guys, they weren't going to be able to hide from the storms. Of course, the storms were delayed. We ended up getting all 3 days. We thought it might be a shortened event because of weather.
Prepared for it, matter of fact, yes.
No doubt about it. We had lots of meetings about that down at Wright-Patman, but certainly not the case here at Grand. And you can see a little rain. All of our guys have great rain gear. They're not, they're not afraid of a little rain, but you don't want to be out there in that lightning. Some of those big gusty winds can make navigating an issue as well.
You've actually had run-ins on the water with that lightning yourself, haven't you?
I have. So we heard you said earlier you hoped that Watson was going to be out there having to duke it out with the conditions. Hopefully he had some rain gear, and I'm hearing that we are checking in with Skinny Dog James Watson on a little weather update.
Did I scare you? One of my favorite pagan holidays is coming up here shortly. That's Halloween. I tell you what's scary. The scary part is this weather coming this way. I don't know what to expect out of this, but it looks pretty nasty. I'm wondering what's going to do to these anglers and their fishing right now. I don't think it could hurt anybody right now, to be honest with you. And NPFL, I want to thank you for this opportunity to commentate this bass tournament. Have a good time. And the NPFL hooked me up with this jazzy, fresh new rain suit. They don't even have it. It's going to be a marketable item. We'll put it this way. Look at it. Customized on the back. Can you see that? Dude, this league has took care of me real well. We'll see if this weather coming in here actually take care of the fellas.
Have mercy.
What are we doing?
Golly, only the Watson, man. Worldwide doing it. I'll never go back to on the water after this. I can't. Oh, was that lightning?
Oof. No, sir. No, sir. Watson obviously in a different part of the lake than most of our guys because he's going to need more than the pumpkin poncho. The pumpcho, I think is what I'm going to call that for the rest of the day. That's nasty. You know, B, I gave you a very hard time about those changing conditions, but
right.
you predicted it all day yesterday. Here they are, and it is a complete 180 from what our anglers have experienced so far on Grand Lake.
So now we're going to see guys that are taking cover, but other guys are going to man it out and stay out there and try to
risk it for the biscuit.
Risk it for the biscuit. Hero or zero. 24 with a 5 and a 5 and a 4. Man.
Is that Jim Cantori?
Yeah. Okay. There's that win they wanted.
They got it.
I know
Taylor
we're making
Watkins,
jokes right now, but this is
our unofficial leader sitting right here.
It'll be hard to get on a bite after this, probably.
Holy cow. Got Taylor Watkins trying to win this thing today, trying to take it from Sheldon Collins, but right now having to take shelter.
Oh, just now? I figured that.
Hey.
I figured they'd bite down through there today.
Depending upon how big this front is and how severe it's going to get, I mean, this could be icing on the cake.
Could really stir things up, man. It's
Taylor's leading right now, unofficially.
We have heard the same thing from Sheldon this week and from Skinny Dog James Watson, who have a lot of experience here. Grand will humble you. Grand will humble you. Grand will humble you. And here we go. We have some weather in the mix on an already tough fishery.
And I know we're making light of the rain and this front coming in, but we also have to be conscious of where they are. Oklahoma, it gets bad.
No doubt about it. Another look, right? Hasn't got to Paul Browning yet.
Well, looks like the rain's finally getting here. It's probably going to settle in for 3 or 4 hours, I think, and then it's supposed to kind of clear out. Hopefully the lightning don't get too bad. I've seen a little bit. Rain don't bother me. I hate fishing in a rain suit, but the fish bite good, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully the bigger fish will start eating. There's a chance they could call us off the water, you know, if it gets too bad. So I'm trying to get 2 more so I can have a limit to weigh in, and hopefully it was tough on everybody and I can do that and move up a little bit. But this weather should help the bite for sure. It's going to make it a little easier for everybody, so I think the weights will go up if somebody gets on the right stretch at the right time, which right now is the right time. So we'll obviously see a lot more bigger fish with the weather that we got today.
You agree with
one of them?
You agree with that, Luke?
I've had some opportunities at some good fish, just didn't quite eat it good enough.
Oh, absolutely. He can make those fish, those low pressure fronts, little mini fronts come through. They can definitely make those fish chew as long as you can stand to be out there, you know, and it's not too bad. Like where we saw Taylor Watkins under that dock, it's raining sideways. That's that Bubba Gump rain. You can't deal with that and try to fish and be functional. The wind's blowing your bait around, and really, I mean, it knocks down visibility for the fish as well. I feel like makes it tough, man. Especially like if you get that much rain, he's working that frog. Those fish can't, in my opinion, they can't tell the difference between that frog and a million raindrops hitting at once. Right. Now that steady little, you know, mist and rain, that's good. That's good stuff. Low light certainly helps, but Browning is on the upper end of the lake compared to where we're seeing guys like Taylor and Perkins. He's a little bit further up, and that storm just hasn't got to him yet.
And those guys, you said Taylor and Perkins, the way they've been fishing, they've been more line watching, like you're saying. Right. It's all about, and with the conditions they're dealing with now, it's impossible.
Certainly, we're going to call it Shake-Up Saturday now instead of Showdown Saturday.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is a curve we were not expecting. You did, I mean,
we're watching the front come in right now in the past 3 minutes.
Get over that tree where I caught them keepers the other day.
Here it comes.
But like you said, look at the north side of the lake.
Yeah, that's facing that sailboat bridge area up the lake.
Everybody keep your rod tips down.
You heard Browning mention tournament director Brad Fuller can call these guys off the water if he deems it unsafe and can call the tournament.
And you touched on something earlier, though. How do you know if the tournament director's calling you if you're fishing and soaking wet and you don't have the phone in your hand? That's where you have to use your best judgment. Safety first, man. There's always another day to fish.
Live look at Angler of the Year leader, Progressive Perkins, I'm going to call him, but not really getting to defend that lead right now. But I don't think out of our 100 angler field, I don't think a lot of our guys are getting to. Brian Smith,
he's
you can
taking
hear,
cover.
I mean.
Because I don't want to get struck by lightning. I ain't fishing in that. It's moving pretty quick. Once the front of it goes by, I'll get back out there.
I'm with you, Bryant.
Just
Brian,
hiding from
he's
the
fishing
lightning.
in the boat slip.
See, that guy's running from the lightning.
Hopefully he didn't have a co-angler. That co-angler is getting lit up right now.
For a cameraman.
Camera for one of our guys. Sorry about that, bud.
So seeing this weather right now, are you happy to be in the studio getting
Very
fed
thankful.
grapes?
And Watson, ha, 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 ha. Sorry about that, bud. That's what you get for trying to upshow me. He's been doing a great job. I can't get back on the water after this. After the show he's put on for us.
You
at
may have to
NPFL.
retire.
I might have to retire. It might be all she wrote.
We may
I might be the guy giving the back rubs and foot rubs moving forward. Who knows?
That's right.
I'm keeping Dudley's seat warm, and
I'll be
gave my
honest
seat
with
away to
you.
Watson.
I really do. Any tournament trail out there, any coverage, all the on the water guys, they may have to retire them all. It may be a position that's just done.
Let's not get
after
crazy.
this.
He's not. Just listen. He didn't outdo me that good.
Our unofficial leader, Taylor Watkins, trying to make the most of it.
That's right.
A lot of you watching at home, if you're tournament anglers, you understand this. We've all been here. That clock ticks in your ear all day long, especially on these final days. Time is money. You know that, but safety is of the utmost importance. Brad Fuller, the tournament director, sending out a text, hey, watch out, here it comes. And now Taylor Watkins
And it
looks
seems like
Jim
it's
Cantori.
moving pretty fast because we were on him a few minutes ago when it was blowing sideways like you were saying, and now it seemed to let up a little bit where Taylor's at. Like you said, Taylor just trying to make the most of it. Oh, boy.
Back over to the hometown man trying to go wire to wire, Sheldon Collins, but he's not taking shelter, but he does not have a rod in his hand. He's a little more of this Jim Cantori type action. He's out there. Could get a live weather report from him. A cow may fly by here in a minute.
Said he wasn't happy about the rain. He didn't want the rain.
I see why.
But you got other guys like Paul Brown that want the rain. Or, you know.
Want those conditions to change. A little bit of wind.
There you go. Get him dumping water out of his pocket. But he's not trying to get up into a slip or anything right now. It looks like he's just going to find one of his spots. Or
if you're just tuning in, The National Professional League brought to you by the National Weather Service right now. Hurricane Sheldon.
Look at you.
Loaded up here. So he's gonna tuck tail there.
Smart man. Can't blame him.
Right here.
Helping his cameraman out back over. Progressive AOI leader.
That sounds like one of my hook sets.
Unbelievable.
This is the start of a lot of those, man. There's a lot on the radar.
Just a beautiful day at the office.
I got to always smiling James
like
Biggs.
Sideways rain in Oklahoma.
Again, up that
Trying to take advantage
lake.
of this rain, all this wind on this break wall. Maybe something will be up here eating, but I think it's gonna be pretty slow when the fish don't like all that booming of the thunder more than anything. Well, we'll see. Still sitting on 0.
It is nasty out there.
Yeah. Very
Biggs
thankful
is
to be
up
where I
the
am.
lake from where we're seeing Sheldon and Perkins, but it's coming that way. You can see here. I mean,
he's getting that stuff Taylor was setting in a second ago, it looks like.
That's some serious straight line. I've never been more grateful to be sitting. I'm always jealous of these guys out there catching them, but I'm good right here in the NPFL live studio today.
Feel that temperature? It just got cold. Yeah.
You can see that wind picking up, just like you said, raining sideways. It's coming in, man.
Right there.
And you notice, like, when that thunder and lightning hit, it was on the back of that storm because you could see it starting to get better where Perkins was at.
It was a nasty sail.
Heard Perkins say when he checked the weather app, they were talking about 50-mile-an-hour gusts.
So you want to be a bass pro?
Oh, I wish I had your job. All you get to do is go out there and fish and have fun. Oh, really, Bobby?
Yeah. Guys win all that money.
I don't know how this rain's coming in sideways. I don't know if it's really helping us that much.
Getting a good look there. A little bit of that stinging rain, a little bit of that sideways rain out there on Grand Lake right now. And we are going to take a break from it, at least make ourselves feel better about watching these guys look like drowned rats out there. We're going to take a look at our sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. We'll see you on the other side for more Hurricane Central, Grand Lake.
He was your day one leader. He's your NPFL pro. He's your local hero from Grove, Oklahoma. How about it for Sheldon Collins? 16 pounds, 8 ounces, a 2-day total of 35 pounds, 8 ounces, Mr. Showdown Saturday. Number 1 in the Progressive Angler of the Year points. He is your champion out of Pickwick. He's from Counts, Tennessee. Put your hands together for Brandon Perkins. 14 pounds, 11 ounces, a 2-day total of 31 pounds, 11 ounces for Brandon Perkins. I want you to get loud for Mr. Taylor Watkins. He's got 5 in the bag today. He needs 17-16 to take the lead. Not quite, but a good day. 15 pounds even, a 2-day total of 32 pounds, 9 ounces for Taylor Watkins. Let's see some fish.
Not very good. You know, I've been down here, fished a couple tournaments here in the past, and Grand Lake's always treated me good, but I can get some bites, but it's they're few and far between. 3 baits. 3 baits. It's gonna be a top water, a flipping bait, and 1 on a spinning rod.
Pick anyone to win it besides you?
You know, I'm gonna have to go with one of the local guys, either John Selkup or Sheldon Collings. You know, it's just a safe bet.
How's Grand Lake looking to you?
Beautiful lake, just really tough practice for me. Like, tough. Probably one of the toughest ones I've had.
How do you think it's going to be 1, 3 baits? How are you going to play this week?
I'm sure top water and top water and top water. That would be my guess. I don't know. But I've caught hardly no fish, so what I know.
Who do you think is going to win it?
Probably between Sheldon and John, I would say. I've heard on them being tough here, but they both fish good all year, so I would say it's probably between those two.
Practice has been good and it's been bad, so I don't really know what to expect. I did shook off a lot of fish today, so I'm not sure what the size I'm gonna be catching, but hopefully they'll bite, and it's gonna be a coin flip. 3 baits, definitely a plastic Texas rig, top water, and a square bill crankbait.
Okay. And if you could pick anyone to win it besides yourself, who would it be?
I would say maybe Carper. So, or Soak Up. I mean, he's on a roll this year, so he's always a threat.
Practice has been up and down. Yep.
You like him, Grand?
I like Grand Lake. It's a really cool lake. You can do a lot of different things here. Shallow to deep, and I'm catching a mixed bag, but it's really hard to get the consistent bite, you know? One here, one there, and it's really hard to pattern.
What's the 3 baits you're going to play this week?
I think for sure a shaky head, a swim jig, and a top water are going to be the 3.
If you could pick one person to win, who'd you pick to win?
It's going to be a homeboy, probably somebody that knows what these fish do when it gets tough. So, you know, obviously I think Sheldon's probably one of those guys I think is just got as good a shot as anybody.
Practice today was better than the other 2 days. I've caught keepers every day, but not a limit. Today I think I could have had a limit, but I could catch them. Yeah, I'm hoping, I don't know, maybe the clouds and rain will help. I'm not sure.
3 baits you think you're going to play?
Top water, walking bait, spinner bait, and probably a swim bait.
And who's your pick to win?
Probably John Sukup. He's from here. And if there's an offshore thing, I hadn't figured it out, but if there is, he can, or he'll go shallow. He'll do well with it.
Mitchell Webb, I'm from Skytook, Oklahoma. The experience on Grand, I know the lake really well. I fished here for 20 years. Fished it through every season, fished a lot of local tournaments on it. However, my previous experience here, I haven't really fished it that much over the last, I would like to say, probably 3 to 5 years. You know, I still know the spots, I still know the stuff, but everything seems to change. They build docks, they take docks away, and I'm just trying to kind of re-familiarize myself with some of the stuff that I used to do in this situation. I'm sitting in 26th. We're tied with the points. I don't really know how the tiebreaker is, but I'm in 26th. So I've got a little work left to do. There's really nowhere else I'd rather be lake-wise than at least somewhere I'm familiar with. You know, if I've got to make up a couple points to make the championship, I would love to have the excuse and go, man, do I choose to go for the win or do I choose to go for the championship? But I don't think right now, like, you can really say I'm going to try to go win this thing. So, you know, just being honest, I'm going to go try to catch what I can catch, you know, whether it be 12 a day or I think if I can just squeak up there and catch a top 25, I think mathematically I'm going to be in.
Hey there, Fisher World, Woodcheck and Fat Cat Newton coming at you from the Regatta on Grand. This is an upscale luxury RV park that is wall-to-wall, treetop tall with all the bells and whistles. You pull up in here in your fancy RV, you're pulling up to a covered carport area with your own grill, your own patio furniture already here. And one more good thing, there is a restaurant on site. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you what, it is no joke. You don't go in there and get some Hot Pockets and pizza rolls. They've got the steak, the shrimp, they've got the fancy cappuccino lattes, and they got bush lattes if you want a bush latte. They have it all here. They have cut zero corners. Also, 2 boat ramps on site. If you want it, you got it. If you're ready to treat yourself to something nice, you bring you and your family to the Regatta on Grand.
Now I know what a fish feels like, with the exception of being jerked around with a hook in my mouth. It's wet out here. It is raining, Forrest Gump style, like you said, Flunkin' Duncan. It's sideways rain. We're inside of a boat dock. It's still, it's itty bitty stinging, and it's sideways rain at the same time. There's your forecast. Do something with it.
It is a flip of a place to live. Some things about it are great, some things about it are awful.
I went there.
More of the same from Skinny Dog there. He's just, he ditched the pumpkin poncho, though, I will say.
Well,
Put on a little
that
more.
homeowner that was walking down behind him probably ripped it off of him and kicked him off his dock. Trespassing like that. He's lucky he didn't get shot in Oklahoma. The boys don't play no games.
He's putting in the hard work, though,
Putting in
for
the
that
hard
all in the
work.
water. All right, back out on the water now. It's not falling from the sky anymore. We're getting to throw buzz baits at the only water around, and that is Taylor Watkins trying to pad that unofficial lead he's got here on Showdown Saturday.
We just had a major storm push through. A bunch of thunder, a bunch of lightning. I mean, it was a pretty severe storm. We had to take some cover in a little boathouse there. We're in the area right here. Right here's the 2 docks that I've caught all my big ones on. I kind of wanted to get here a little bit before that storm blew through, but I didn't quite make it in time. But it is what it is. We're here. I don't know. I don't even expect these things to be reloaded, but there is still a lot of fish in here. I just don't know how much quality's left. So we're gonna spend a little bit of time in here and mess around on a couple of these docks. I'm probably gonna pick that buzzbait back up because I just got bit on it. And then from there, we're just gonna start running around all over the place. Just, I don't know, I don't really have much else, you know, as far as a spot. We're just gonna have to go start fishing what looks good. And whenever I see something that looks good to me, I'm gonna stop on it and see what happens. So we got 2 good ones and a small keeper. And I don't know, I mean, so far I'm happy with it. We're off to a much better start than we have been any of the other 2 days. But we also had all this weather come through, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Wish us luck. Send up a prayer for us.
Taylor Watkins hoping that lucky hook brings him a couple more giant Grand Lake bass so he can hold on to that lead and hoist that beautiful shield. The drive-through weigh-in this afternoon.
He's on track to do it. No doubt about it. It's amazing now looking to where he is compared to 15, 20 minutes ago. It was raining sideways, torrential downpour, gale force winds, a daggone Texas tornado coming through there. Now it's crystal clear, almost bluebird skies. Yeah.
Pretty soon they're going to start saying, man, I wish I had wind.
Uh-oh, he's going to unleash the beast. Taking the jacket off. There you go.
I despise rain suits. Most anglers do, man.
I like to wear, I just wear full scuba gear. I've got a whole bodysuit I wear. Put a face mask, snorkels on. I normally stay out there.
Nothing really intimidates you. I've noticed that, Fat Cat. You really stand up to any condition.
Like I said, I'm wall-to-wall, treetop tall, man. The best fisherman I ever met. A little bit of lightning never hurt nobody.
The only thing I've ever seen bring you down was a bowl of bok choy.
Oh, man. Bok choy is Spanish for bowl of onions. It was good, though. It was all right.
For those of you just joining us, we had a little bit of a celebration dinner last night, wrapping up the first regular season here on the NPFL inaugural season, our last regular season event, and went to a sushi place, and the big cat is not a sushi fan, but tried to find him just some meat and vegetables. And
Not a big fan of raw fish.
Bok choy was offered up, and you jumped on it, and you were not a fan.
At first, it did not look. It looked like a bowl of onions. And who wants to eat a bowl of onions? Like, what are we even talking about right now? It was okay, though. It tasted a whole lot better than what it looked.
Any of you out there have bok choy recipes, you can send them to @FatCatNewton Instagram.
Please do not.
Slide in his DMs. He appreciates all of those.
That's like a good bowl of onions to get the morning started.
Looks like it's clearing up out there. It's like glass where Taylor Watkins is at. So we're going to go check in now on another part of the lake with Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson. See how he weathered the storm.
Day.
Yes,
Good
he
day
has.
for him, man.
I don't know if I can say it on TV. We about got our butts in trouble. We hunkered up against this bluff, get out of the rain and wind, and we took on a lightning strike that wasn't very far, maybe 200 or 300 yards over there. It's one of the worst I've seen out on the water, and it scared the living fire out of us. But we're back to work. We've got about 12.5 pounds. I got a 1 pound, 11 ounce spot, and we're going to try to replace that with a big fish and get us up entering those high teens and see if we can make a run at this.
Dobson having a great morning. And we, both days we've got
hope everybody
in the
out
boat
there
here
is
with Dobson, man. We've been fortunate enough to hang.
and recovered and back to fishing. It's probably just now hitting the north end of the lake down by Sailboat Bridge.
Some of our last anglers before we cut to commercial, they were around that Sailboat Bridge area, and we saw it picking up with those guys, and I think they're still dealing with it a little bit up in that part of the.
Seems to be a fast-moving storm, though.
It is.
We're able to sit back and watch, and we can see a lot going on from in studio. We were able to watch that storm pass through each angler, weren't we?
It's crazy. And when it started hitting on that lower end of the lake, John Policini was up there and, needing sunscreen, wearing his flip-flops up there. And then I think he's hunkered down now from what we're hearing from Mr. Policini. But Dobson,
the kind of rain that it doesn't matter what rain gear you're wearing, you're going to get wet. Blowing sideways.
Dobson has been really slow and steady. He's been in our top 10, obviously, both days. We covered him the first day. He was in 10th going into the second day. Made the top 10 again today. Showdown Saturday to get a camera. And he's been pretty slow, though, in the early parts of the day. And today,
I think we're gonna run
made a
down
change.
lake and
Picked up a top water.
hit some
Now he's
big fish
12 and a half
holes that I
pounds.
haven't fished in a couple of years. I didn't get to check him out in practice because I was concentrating on mid-lake, but we're in the swing for the fence mode right now. We still got 6 hours to fish, and if I can catch, you know, 2 4 to 5 pounders, we may be able to make old Sheldon nervous. All depends on what he's got today, but I'm sure he's catching them if I'm catching them.
If anybody can do that, it's Jeff Dobson. With the history he has, the knowledge of the lake, knowing where to go, when to go. Like we said before,
I'd like to be able to move up in that second or third spot at least and get a couple $1,000 more to make up for the rough season I've had.
Of course, we give a lot of credit to that $50,000 first place prize, but second, $30,000. It's not shabby.
Not too shabby at all.
And I just pulled that thing up over a log. There ought to be one right there.
And Dobson has put on a show most of the morning before the weather came in. And like so many of our anglers that have been catching them out there on Grand, and we're going to take a look back. Some of the highlights so far here. Showdown Saturday, stop number 6, the National Professional Fishing League. Our final event of this inaugural season. Full field event. We still have our championship to go. John Policini. More of the same with him. Whopper, plopper, Policini.
It, man. The Googa Booga, or whatever the cameraman called it earlier.
Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba. Ho Heisel. Mr. Fishing Expo itself. Look at that. Son.
Man, I got him hooked really funny.
More of Jeff Dobson. And a look at
There
that beautiful Golden Shield. The Progressive Angler of the Year will take home this afternoon. Probably buckle that thing in like a child in the passenger seat.
Absolutely.
And really, we've seen this weather come in. It's been the story so far here in the last hour. And really the biggest story of the week to me, Brandon Perkins, instead of getting to be out there defending that Angler of the Year trophy, he's hiding under a boat dock because he has no choice.
And rightfully so. We saw him
Safety
tucked up
first.
under that thing of boom, lightning, thunder. Like I said earlier, it sounded like one of my hook sets. You would have thought I was fishing, but it was right on top of him, son.
It's been but it's a tough morning for Perkins before that. And
he touched on that, talking about the quality of fish was different in the same areas he had been fishing. He said, man, getting bites just smaller.
We've heard him say he'd like to start his day over. Can I just go blast off again, maybe start this thing over? He's caught a carp. He's kind of had a crazy day, lost a big one. They're always big ones when they lose them, right? That's what we always say. But Perkins having to hide under a dock like so many in our field. So the good news for Brandon and for guys like Sheldon Collins and Taylor Watkins, everybody else kind of had to put it on pause.
True story.
Too.
That's
so
right.
Not a lot of moving and shaking going on with weather like that in the Grand area, and hopefully that's the last of that nasty storm that we'll see.
And we
today.
saw that was a fast-moving storm. We saw, like Jeff Dobson just said, he didn't have time to take cover. He had to get up close to that bluff wall just because it came in so fast. And like I said earlier, we saw that storm move through all the guys. And
on all of our live cameras.
Hopefully that's all she wrote. Hopefully no more rain until after 5 o'clock this evening.
Fingers crossed that is
the
the
we
case.
want to have that weigh-in to be on point. We want that 3:30 weigh-in with Al McCullough just to be beautiful, crisp, and clean bluebird skies for all the audience to view them boys, hold them big fish high.
No doubt
and see
about
who
it.
gets crowned with that Grand Lake Championship and that Progressive AOY.
The crazy thing about that weather is how will it affect this fishery? Will it be a positive change? Will it be a negative change? All these, we've heard it all this week. I want slick and calm and sunny. I want wind. I want rain. I want this.
The first time I saw, not to talk over top, if I get a little crazy, I get excited, man. Here we are. It's the last day, man. I'm in the hot
This is
seat.
the juice. It's Showdown Saturday, man.
Seat. I'm somebody now. But seeing Sheldon for the first time, kind of get a little worked up, man. He didn't want that rain. You can kind of tell, like it's now. I'm not saying he's spinning out by any means whatsoever, but it's kind of like, hey, man. He doesn't know what else is going on out there. He doesn't know Taylor Watkins has been smashing him up. Jeff Dobson having a great tournament, but it's kind of weighing on him, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't know Taylor Watkins has got a Grand Lake giant in the box and 2 more to go with it. Of course, Sheldon sitting on 1 bass before all the storms came in. He took shelter like so many of our anglers. And we're going to take a look at those unofficial, very unofficial standings right now. All of our anglers encouraged to enter their weights on the Weigh Live Tracker app so we can keep up with the game. It's very important. You can see all of that at tnpfl.com. All of our anglers are encouraged that, not just the top 10 that we are covering here today, but Taylor Watkins, the Tennessee angler, started the day in 2nd place in that top spot right now, man. Just getting it done. Absolutely a shot over the bow of Sheldon Collins this morning, that Grand Lake big we saw him with.
Yeah, man. I'm just talked about this morning, the pregame interview with James Worldwide Watson. I'm just relaxed. I've made the championship. I'm good to go. And, yeah, man, I guess that calmness, that calm, cool collectiveness, just put the big ones in the boat.
I'm just going to go have fun. Yeah. You know what's fun? 6-pounders on Showdown Saturday. Those are fun. Jeff Dobson, the local, having a great day today in 2nd place. Matt Mollahan making moves again in 3rd place. He started the day in 11th, fighting to get into that top 25 cut to get in that Nickajack Championship. He was right outside looking in this morning, but if he can stay in that top 10 today, he's going with us
Absolutely.
to Nickajack and a chance to win that silver shield there on the Tennessee River. Sheldon Collins in 4th place. Bryant Smith, Paul Browning, Derek Blake, Timmy Reams, Brandon Perkins, the first time we've kind of seen him slip all week out of the top 5. Right now in 9th place unofficially, and River Lee, the young Texas Hammer, in 10th place. A few new names in that top 10.
It is. It's good to see him, too, because we talked about it coming into this tournament. We're going to see it shake up a little bit. And even the weather, like we talked about, practice was a different body of water, man. We're seeing those bluebird skies, those hot days. Here we are, man. The water constantly, temperature went down. These fronts coming through. It's a different body of water than what it was 4 or 5 days ago.
Well, it's like we've said, fishermen, nothing's ever good enough, right? If it's sunny, we want it cloudy. If it's cloudy, we want it sunny. So we'll see how they deal with these conditions out on Grand Lake. And we're going to get back out there now. It's starting to clear up, and we're going to check in with Brett Loomis, who started the day in 10th place here on Showdown Saturday. Good look there at that edge of that front getting out of there, I believe.
Brett having the best tournament he's had all season. Out there just taking his time. He said it's fishing a little slow. Also, one good thing about Brett, here he is having the best tournament of the year, fishing out of somebody else's boat.
Borrowed boat.
Borrowed boat. He had boat issues.
Yeah. So I borrowed this boat this week because I had a bunch of trolling motor issues, and I just packed light tackle, and this has been my tackle box for the week here. And then in my sunglass case, I had to bring this with me because my dad passed away, and I carried the ashes with me no matter what boat I'm on to keep us safe. So that kept us good through the lightning storm.
We all have something that I can relate to what Brett's saying. You know, I lost my pops a while back, but I'm the same way. I keep mementos of my dad to where when I'm out doing things. It's one thing like we do when we go fishing. Whenever my brother and I were out fishing and we see an eagle, it seems like whenever we see that eagle, we catch a fish and we relate it to our pops, and it just makes us feel good. So, yeah, and that's you know,
That's what Brett's doing out
He's
there.
got a piece of his pops out there with him, man. So I can relate to that, and that's good stuff.
Same for me with butterflies and my mom. I know if
Yeah, I
anybody
catch
follows the
myself right now
line-
getting choked up talking
man.
about it, thinking about it.
Yeah.
So and I've seen Brett get emotional talking about his dad and everything, and so it's
a
I feel
family affair, man.
Absolutely.
Out here on NPFL. See some sunshine there.
Yeah.
Shining on Brett. You think we could shut the sprinklers off after that rain, but no. Got to keep that lawn on 100 there in Grand Lake. Got to keep up with the neighbors, you know.
It's special water. They get water's imported, or I don't know. Oh, Jeff Dobson out there. We're not seeing him around any rocks. He's not around a bluff right now. Maybe he's fishing on one of those offshore bluffs.
Looks like it. See that buoy in the background? I think it's similar to where he was catching those on top water this morning. Looks like he's dragging around now, though. Some of that bipolar Oklahoma weather there in
No
one
doubt.
shot. Chamber of Commerce weather on the right. Hide under a boat dock weather on the left.
That is eerie looking, man.
Thank goodness I think that's what's already gone by. That's the tail end of that.
Thank goodness I'm here and not there.
Poor Watson.
Oh, Watson's already back at the hotel eating snacks, got his feet kicked up. He's a diva. He's not out here in the rain. That was all CGI, what we saw earlier.
Except for that pumpkin poncho. That was very real.
That was.
Dobson's got friends here in this quad box.
Love the quad box.
James Biggs, Brett Loomis, Sheldon Collins, and Jeff Dobson. In Fat Cat, you see Collins there working a dock program. Something we haven't seen him do a ton of this week. He's keeping everything honest on Showdown Saturday. And like we've pointed out several times, he doesn't check in until 5 p.m. this afternoon.
right.
He's done the lion's share of his work every day after 2 p.m. So I don't think Sheldon's anywhere close to
Wait till we get
rattled.
back here and see them busting again.
Jeff Dobson.
Look at that. Gnarly.
Well, looking at that 4 box, you can see where Jeff Dobson, how bad it is. You look at top, right above him at Brett Loomis. Now he's going, it's. Thank goodness that stuff didn't linger and just moved on through.
Sheldon hooked up. Good fish for Sheldon Collins.
There it was. Heck yeah, number 2.
Slow start so far.
Oh man, my clip broke.
Slow start for Collins, but laying the foundation.
That's right.
See, I wouldn't have caught that fish if it wouldn't have been raining, because I wouldn't have came in here. Everything works for a reason.
5 p.m. check-in for all of our anglers in the top 10.
Gotta get these wet shoes somewhere. We'll put them over here.
You better put them somewhere. They're going to have some flavor in a little while. Smell like deer guts and cabbage.
You plan to change it on? Not really. I mean, I just caught that keeper, so we might
stick around this area a little bit longer. Flip some more docks. I just need a limit today and I'll feel really, really good about it. And then later in the day, get out there on our deep stuff and catch a couple 4-pounders and we'll be right there.
You know, B,
Fatigue after 3 days of this?
I don't think I'm going to buy one of those rain suits anytime soon. He's looking a little wet.
Sweat. It could be sweat.
But
it look a little damp though, a little moist.
Wouldn't trade it for nothing.
You did touch on something earlier about those rain suits. They're probably 80-some degrees where they're at right now. You got that rain coming through, and you're wearing that rain suit for those hours. It is miserable. You just can't breathe. Some of those higher, nice rain suits, they are breathable for the most part overall. It's hard to find that rain suit to wear. You can still be comfortable in 80-some degrees.
Barefoot fishing is the secret ingredient, right?
It is. That's why I caught that one. Well, no, actually it's not. Because I didn't take my shoe off till afterwards.
Sheldon's one of those anglers. He is mechanically, he's one of the most impressive out on the NPFL. He's got it together, man.
He really does. Watching him throw a swim jig earlier this year, incredible. Yeah.
Good stuff from Collins there. Getting another one in that lonely live well. He had one, now he's got two. The rest of the day to put it together and hopefully close this thing out on the home pond. But we're going to take a look right now at these sponsors that make this all possible here at the NPFL Live, and we'll see you back on the other side for more rainy Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first Follow event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fisherman, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
We'd like to thank Progressive for sticking with us all year and being the title sponsor of that Angler of the Year race. And will Flo be there in the city of Grove today?
Fingers crossed, my friend. Fingers crossed. I can't wait to meet her.
Or will we see Brandon Perkins take home a bundle of his own? Will he get that first place trophy there on Grand Lake and that golden shield for AOY?
I think he's got one of those wrapped up. I don't know about the other one. I think he's going to take one of the two home, though.
But there's a chance. There's a chance that both trophies could go back to good old Rocky Top.
Wow.
State of Tennessee, the volunteer state.
There's a chance.
Go Vols. There's definitely a chance right now with Sheldon Collins sitting on 2 fish.
All right, let's go to the...
Got a little breeze coming in, little breeze. Storm went through, then it went glass. Got a little.
You can
got
hear
some
that
wind now. Maybe we can go out there and catch us a couple.
Sheldon's going to make a move. We're going to make a move over to James Biggs. James started the day in 5th place.
Keep going. I'll come back to this one later. Right here on the main lake point, it's a good place to get bit.
Looking pretty similar to what we saw him fishing earlier, top of the morning, when he was trying to call a shot on that tree.
Yeah.
Waving a bobby. Yeah.
It's probably Watson on a pontoon or something. Out there surveying for damage after the hurricane came through to his next spot.
First keeper of the day. Good grief. It took a long time to get it, too. But good news about being that last flight. Still got over 5 hours. I have fished, I swear, hundreds of laydowns before I got that bite. I was almost about ready to give up on the laydown bite. I didn't really know what else to do, and I eventually came back to Main Creek. I've been catching them. Just put the trolling motor down at the front and gonna fish everything in front of me and hope to run into 5 today. Try to run some fresh water in here because the stuff I've been fishing I've beat to death. So just maybe finding a couple of new ones will be a good thing. I'm sure nothing in here is fresh, but it's at least not the same presentation I've been throwing. Same baits and whatnot. I don't know if it's going to storm again, but that was a pretty wild little storm we had. I got the in-laws out there following and watching today, so kind of fun having a spectator.
Man, if my mother-in-law was watching me fish for 50 grand, I'd be nervous.
Finally got on the board. Off that log right there.
Fishing a little similar to what Paul Brannon was doing, fishing that wood.
Right over here in this next little corner yesterday, so maybe it'll bite today because I could sure use it today.
Little in-law love there.
That's right.
James Biggs.
Got that good support system.
Finally catching a keeper. And he's been one of our anglers the first 2 days that's really got off to a fast start. In the mornings, banking limits quick. But today, just getting his first keeper. But let's head over to a guy that got off to a big start this morning. Tennessee's Taylor Watkins.
He's hooking up with that lucky hook.
That's right.
That was given to him. He's fishing a different lake, I think. I think he'd lock through and went somewhere else and loaded up and moved to a different lake. Sun's coming out. Water like glass.
Oh, mercy.
Stay on there. That one might go, maybe. I don't know.
That should have been a 5-pounder the way that thing bit.
Absolutely.
I thought that was a good one, too. Come on, baby. Yes, sir. 14 1/4. Not very big, but hey. It's better than what we had. That's money. Dude, I'm talking about exploding on that thing. We just need like a 4 or 5 pounder to do that. 2 or 3 of them.
Really? Taylor Watkins out there getting it done on Showdown Saturday, and somebody else that's been getting it done for us. Skinny Dog, James Watson.
The storm has passed. We caught up with Timmy Reams. He's been in here jerking on a few fish. He said he's got about 10 pounds. Got one nice 4-pound plus fish. He's got a couple he said he'd like to get rid of. We're seeing a pretty consistent, more of the same going on around the lake. You know what? I don't know after that storm blow through if it's going to get much better. My prediction is it's not. These guys are probably going to have what they got, and there might be a few more fish caught this afternoon, but I don't expect it to get any better, and I don't know. These conditions just went from bad to worse, in my opinion.
Just a little ray of sunshine out there,
Hoping
Watson.
for a little bit more positivity from Worldwide, but hey,
he's out there seeing it. He's mixing
keeping
it up.
real.
That's
We all
right.
know that about him. He's going to tell you how it is. Oh, Worldwide. Used to be a drill sergeant. He's not afraid to pull any punches, or he doesn't pull punches. He's not afraid, and he doesn't pull punches. How's that?
He's afraid to take a punch.
I'll just stop talking for a minute.
And now it is a different lake. Look at that. And what James is talking about, I mean, you have that super low pressure with that storm. Sometimes they feed on the front end of that, and then it moves out. Now we got just this. We're left with this calm.
After hearing Watson, and he has all the experience out here, he knows a lot about it, and hear him say that it might not get better, this could be Taylor's tournament without a doubt.
And I
don't wanna
keep
say without
thinking
a
he's
doubt.
working that dock bite. If he gets some sun, it's not going to hurt it. He's got 4 fish in the box. We've already seen him catch a giant this morning.
But if that front caused him to lockjaw and that messes Sheldon's offshore bite up, and
that's right.
I don't know. Or his afternoon bite. When the cameras go off, he goes to the honey hole.
Hook my hand. Yeah.
I mean, he's just trying to find the thickest, nastiest stuff to put that jig in it, and he's not scared. He's playing with fire right now.
Good little cubby.
Getting a backlash out. What do you call those? Professional overruns?
Professional overrun, yeah. He meant to do it. We don't get those on purpose.
What's going through his mind right now? It's really slowed down for him.
A lot. Because Perkins will walk you through it. You know, you've had the pleasure of covering Brandon all year.
We're going to roll.
As Perkins gets ready to go find some active docks, we're going to check in with Bryant Smith, the California angler. 3rd place in that Progressive Angler of the Year race. Little different look from Bryant. We've seen him throwing that topwater around, that striking sexy dog for the last 2 days. Saw him catch a big one on it this morning, but
yes, sir.
Now he's picking some cover apart. A little bit of flipping action.
Hope that's not Paul Brown's tree he was talking about yesterday. They're on my tree over there.
Yeah, I'm not going to arm wrestle Paul for any tree. Not happening.
Oh. I don't know if that was a fish or what.
Bryant has steadily climbed those Progressive AOY standings all year, and he's been close in the mix in a few of the tournaments, top 10 here in the last 3, really. You got to think going into that 2022 season, that's just giving him more and more confidence, and we're going to see this man from California get him one of those shields next year.
Absolutely. He's in a fishy-looking area, though, isn't he?
Really slowing down. Picking all that apart. You know, the interesting thing about these trees, and Paul Browning mentioned it, and Grand Lake's always been known for this, is when they get a lot of flooding, 2 rivers feed this lake, tons of floating trees. I don't know where they come from, but they are everywhere on Grand, and they'll get wedged on these flats, up in creeks, out on the main lake, on main lake points, around docks, in between docks, and that's what Browning's been capitalizing on. We've seen Bryant doing the same thing, especially in the area of the lake they're in. It kind of necks down right there, and they tend to wedge on anything that they can get on, but Grand Lake known for that. There's a lot of trees like that that actually they get waterlogged and sinked to the bottom as well that people capitalize on in a lot of areas. I think we saw James Biggs do that yesterday. There was a tree, you know, out there offshore.
That's right.
Same thing. I don't know where they come from upstream, though. No clue.
Watson's out there planting them. They have to be sycamores, though. Only sycamore. But Grand, you can come here if you want to fish docks. You got docks to fish. We got guys that are just fishing docks. We got guys that are just fishing those bluff walls and rocks. You got guys that are just concentrating on wood. Some of our anglers are struggling because I know some of our Ohio boys love that grass, and other anglers too. You're not going to find no grass on Grand, are you?
Unless you're around a sprinkler. That's the only way you're going to find grass on Grand Lake at the Cherokees. or any of the lakes in this part of the country. A lot of rocks, a lot of docks. Brian's going to strap them down and make a little move. We're going to catch up with our buddy, John Policini, the Mississippi angler.
Mississippi Queen, you know what I mean. Policini, the racing fish. Running that bullet up and down the.
Has he got his AirPods in? Is he flexing on us a little bit?
He probably
right
is.
Now? Okay.
He's got them white dad socks on. Got the iPods or what, ear pods in.
If we can ask John, I need to know what he's listening to. I have to know what the soundtrack for Grand Lake Showdown Saturday is.
I just told you, man. Mississippi Queen.
If I was him, I would listen to it on a loop. If I was as cool as Policini.
Excuse me? Oh, listening to Arkansas, Razorbacks, and Georgia.
He's listening to
SEC
football.
We got Georgia's got a 7-point lead.
He's doing our job for us now.
Arkansas is nervous, and they're playing about like my fishing's been today. And then at 2:30, we got Ole Miss beating Alabama. And hopefully I catch something that'll keep. I don't know. Trying not to get too disgusted. I just seem like everything I catch is just short. And Arkansas is not playing good either.
All right, so I thought it was a little bit of maybe some classic rock, maybe Mississippi Queen, but it's Saturday, it's in the fall, and SEC football is cranked up, and Policini certainly
trying to keep
listen
them
to
having
that.
to come apart.
Now, he was wearing a Mississippi State logo yesterday, but he seems like he's pulling for the Razorbacks a little bit out of Arkansas. I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm not the right guy to talk to you about that. I don't
I'm a little confused.
Yep. I was in gymnastics. I was big into gymnastics back in the day in lacrosse. I never really got into football or baseball or anything.
You were the foundation on the triangle.
Definitely did. Yep, I was.
Pyramid.
Yep. They would toss me up, and I would get into all fancy formation stuff. Ready? Okay. I did all that. I still got my pom-poms. I might bring those to the next tournament.
You're going to have to if you're going to take that on the water spot back.
No doubt. Yeah, Watson has definitely been putting on a show. Speaking of that, while Policini's concentrating, y'all need to go follow James Worldwide Watson on all of the social medias. Instagram, MySpace. I don't even know what else is yet. Facebook.
OnlyFans. I'm not sure. He's got all kind of stuff going on out there.
Whoa. Have mercy.
Watson puts in work.
He does.
Out there all over the place.
All different types of work. Dirty work. He gets down with it to get down. It was cool to have him fill in for me on the water, though.
Did a great job.
He's definitely showed me up. He's been killing it out there. Not only a great fisherman, great person, but he's very entertaining, man. Cool cat. And he served the military.
When he goes into that drill sergeant mode, it makes you a little nervous.
You got a piece of that.
I got a piece.
Yeah. On Boats and Pros, he lit you up, son. He got all up in your grill. I thought you could start crying.
It was intimidating. I'm not going to lie. And I didn't know it was coming. He just flips the switch, gets in your face. Everybody that's ever seen me, I'm not a military guy. I couldn't hack it.
What does breath smell like?
Peaches. It was weird. Odd.
I wasn't expecting that.
Neither was I. From Policini over to Arkansas Razorback, Paul Browning.
gotten tough for me again, like yesterday. Just gonna keep running everything that I've been doing. We're about to go check a pipe. Hopefully it's got some flow coming out of it. I said after it rained, that's where I was going, and we are on our way. So there was a bunch of shad there yesterday evening. I don't think they would have went anywhere. All that fresh water coming out of that pipe from the rain we had the other night. I think that's what pulled them shad in there. So hopefully the fish have finally caught up to them, and it's flowing really good. So I got some current on it, and we should catch them. But I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. The frog bite is, I don't know if it's gonna be any good or not now after that storm that blew through. I did have one fish roll on my frog right after that storm, so I still got confidence in it. I'm gonna keep throwing it. I thought the sun was gonna come out, but I think we're gonna be partly cloudy today, so everything should be the same for me. Hopefully the frog keeps going good and I can follow it up. Maybe these fish will follow up if they miss it. I've struggled with not being able to follow the fish up today. Hopefully they'll start choking here after about 1 o'clock. I heard that the bite on top water was getting better, so we're gonna make a run, guys.
Browning's gonna make a move. Breaking down what's going on for him on Showdown Saturday. We're gonna check back in over at Wolf Creek with David Hoheisel.
What was that?
Who's burned about 3 gallons of gas this week. Keeps that bait wet in a tough event. A lot of times that's what you want.
Said he kind of feels like he's at home, though. His Ohio boy said it's fishing similar to the Ohio River.
Water kind of.
Going all in on those docks as well, like we've seen Taylor and Perkins do.
Oh, baby. I don't.
Now that dock looks like a good time. Slower morning for Hoheisel than we've seen the last 2 days.
That's right.
He got off to a quick start. Definitely yesterday morning.
Well,
he rocketed into our unofficial top 10 by 9 o'clock yesterday morning with most of his weight, and we're not seeing that today from David.
That front has thrown a monkey wrench in the gears of quite a few anglers this morning. You know, we've seen it slow down just a little bit. The quality of fish has changed for some of our anglers. Here this third day, we got guys fishing the same place they've been fishing, you know, all week and wondering why it dried up or why the quality has changed because they've plucked all the good ones out of there. Front's coming in. The water temp is steadily going down the way it seems from all the rain they've been getting. Past, 2 or 3 nights it's been rain.
And big storm last night during the middle of the night. Another big storm today during the day. You've heard several of our anglers talk about that lightning and that thunder. Those shallow fish, they don't necessarily enjoy that. So I think it makes them uncomfortable, makes them suspend sometimes. And it's definitely, like you said, it's throwing a curve here on Showdown Saturday for all of our anglers. You predicted it, though. Congratulations.
Hey, man, I got something right.
I'm going to pick my lottery numbers after this event. But Hoheisel, his first top 10 camera Showdown Saturday is his first for the year. He's in in the 80s in our point standings.
Let's be honest, he took full advantage of it too. He gave a 5-minute infomercial earlier about his fishing expo business, but it's very successful. I'm not going to stop talking about it. That Columbus Fishing Expo is strong.
It's where a lot of folks in the industry know David. Something that has gone down today is a little tougher day for all of our anglers, but Brandon Perkins struggling a little bit, our Progressive Angler of the Year leader. Well, we called up with Brandon before the tournament to talk to him about what it would mean to hoist that golden shield in the city of Grove this afternoon. And we're going to take a look at that now, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Grand Lake.
So right now I'm leading the points. It's pretty awesome. It was definitely a goal coming in, but AOY is always, in my opinion, it's a tough goal, toughest goal to achieve. To say that I'm, expected this, no, but shocked, no as well, but everything has to go right to win AOY. We got, this one right here, one left, and we'll see how it goes. In this inaugural season of NPFL, to beat these guys, to be the most consistent, because, looking at the results and the standings as it is right now, man, I have caught them everywhere we've been all year, and I've got a 4-point lead, so it's going to take me catching them again for sure, but it'd be super special. So I've been to Grand once, fished Costa here in 15 or 16, 15 I think, and caught them good, but it was in April, was sight fishing. People were like, you at least gonna know where to go and stuff, and I didn't even honestly know the layout of the lake. When I was here before, you could troll, and every 20 feet there was one on bed, so I never looked at any contour lines, any creek, anything special. I was just trolling and looking. So this is totally different, but I like Grand. I felt confident coming in. I have, like I said, never been here in the fall, but I have fished Ozarks and Table Rock and some of those, especially Ozarks in the fall, and I was hoping they would fish pretty similar, and from what I've seen so far, they kind of do. I mean, a jig for sure, a jig, a spinnerbait. I mean, if the wind blows, definitely a spinnerbait. I mean, it's Oklahoma, and I mean, I'd say some kind of topwater just based on the conditions. I'm not saying I've caught them on a topwater, but based on what it's going to do right now, all of practice, it's been hot and sunny, and 2 days we had wind. Today it's slick, but I think for the tournament they're calling for cloudy, rainy days. I feel like a topwater will play, but I'm gonna go with a jig, a spinnerbait, and a topwater. I feel like Big John's gonna jack him. I mean, he's an Oklahomian, so I really don't know. I don't know weight-wise. I feel like 15 a day will win me AOY, and I may be wrong. May take more than that. I don't feel like I'm safe, catching 12 a day and getting a check, just because the couple that are right close behind me are going to catch them. They catch them everywhere we go. So the goal is 15 a day. And I've had a good practice, but I know that conditions are going to change. And, what I pride myself in, and the reason I think I'm where I am in AOY is because I've adapted and I've been able to change in changing conditions. And, I just don't want to let the pressure and the stress of this situation and this tournament and AOY and all that get to me. I just want to go fishing, keep it simple, and figure it out each day.
I'm Lisa Boston, and I am the shelter manager here at Second Chance Pet Rescue. We are a small no-kill shelter in Grove, Oklahoma. I think one of the things that makes our shelter or rescue a little bit more unique than some others is the amount of area or territory that we cover. Our main focus, of course, is always our local pets, and the need is huge. In 2019, we took in 943 animals, and that is kind of a typical year for us, but in 2020, with the pandemic and kind of reduced staff and just reduced people out and about, we only took in 664. Our shelter actually uses about 1,000 pounds of dog food every single week. All of this is accomplished only through donations. We are not supported or funded by any municipal, state, or county organizations, so asking for support and having community support, of course, is huge for our organization. And the community, I have to say, usually does step up when we say that we need a hand, so we're very appreciative to our local supporters. People can go online to our website. It's very easy. It's www.secondchancepetsponsors.org. And they can just click the donate button. They can also go to our Facebook page and easily donate from there. They can also, of course, mail us. Some people prefer to send a check. And they can just mail the check to 64301 East 290 Road, Grove, Oklahoma, 74344. From Second Chance Pet Rescue, the staff, the volunteers, and the board of directors, we just want to say thank you so much for coming out, taking a little part of our day and seeing what we do, and I hope you enjoyed it. I know that we did, and I know our dogs did, because they had a blast out there walking with everybody.
Welcome back to Grand Lake. California's Bryant Smith has picked the top water back up.
You see what I see, don't you? That blue sky peeking through.
If you're just joining us for the first time this week here at Grand Lake, stop number 6 for the National Professional Fishing League, Bryant Smith has been a mainstay in our top 10 since day one. He's third in our Progressive Angler of the Year race, but he has utilized a walking bait, a Strike King Sexy Dog, for most of the event. And a unique cadence. He's trying to actually walk the bait into pieces of cover. You can see him pausing every now and then with that walking bait. And a lot of times with those walking baits, you have that kind of slow, steady retrieve. He's mixing it up.
It's been treating him good this week. He's definitely been putting fish in the boat with that Sexy Dog. And before we came to him, we were talking about the Second Chance Pet Rescue. It was an awesome story about that while we're watching Bryant Smith try to catch Big Belly Kelly.
On the Sexy Dog.
On the Sexy Dog. Speaking of dogs, good segue, Luke. How about that, buddy? Yeah, but we had one of our anglers actually adopt a dog that day that we just witnessed. Oh, Corey Nall brought home Bro. He took the dog fishing with, oh, there we go, hooked up.
Little.
Every time they shake, I just think about the ER.
Yep. It's going deep. Yeah, but Corey adopted a dog, took it fishing with him, and he's had the dog fishing with him all 3 days. If you watch the weigh-in,
I think he's a little short.
dog rides through with him, goes up on stage with him. It's unbelievable how obedient and disciplined the dog is that he just adopted. Cool story.
He was just a little smaller than what we need. Maybe you got your like mom or grandmother up there. Come on. You missed one. I caught one off that dock, keeper. Yeah, you missed it.
Brian getting some spectator love out there.
Yes, he is.
Grand
Rightfully
Lake
so.
of the Cherokees.
If I'm going to watch anybody fish, I want to watch a guy throwing topwater.
Back over to Taylor Watkins, Tennessee Pro, our unofficial leader here on Showdown Saturday. Started the day in second place.
Oh my gosh.
And he's been doing this a lot. Hooked up.
Yes, sir.
That's another cannon blast.
Yes. Rather be lucky than good any day.
Man. That lucky hook story, man.
I just
swimming a jig down through here and freaking bite it. I don't know. I can't get them to go on top water or nothing like that. 5A. We got 2 little babies to get rid of though. We still got a while. What was that one? I didn't put that last one in. It was like a pound 4 or something. And that one will go to, what, 2.5?
Easy, yeah, I would think.
2.8, 2.9. 13. We still got a little work to do. We're getting there.
What's going on?
I don't know, I mean, that storm and stuff, and I've been hoping for rain and clouds the whole week. I thought that's how I was going to fish the tournament. And I was going to throw topwater the whole time because that's what I practiced for. But it hadn't panned out. I don't know what, it rained just like I was hoping. I wanted to get down here. I got down here into the area I wanted to be. It rained, it quit, I picked up the buzzbait, and the sun comes straight out. So, I mean, I don't know, it is what it is, but we just gotta make chicken salad, as Gerald Swindle will say. I'll let y'all fill out the rest.
Well, G getting a shout out.
Fifth one in the box for Taylor Watkins on a very tough Showdown Saturday for most of our anglers, dealing with crazy weather.
All right, man. Let's be real. Did that fish just do anything for Taylor? Is that 5th fish in the box, and seeing what Sheldon's doing right now, you still think Sheldon's going to win this? You think right now, what do you think is going to happen? Is Sheldon going to find him later this afternoon?
I think you can't count him out until about 4:59.
First day of the tournament, I come from that dock to this dock and just started swimming this jig, and I caught one about the same size. I don't know if there's something there that they hold on or what, but
Sheldon's got those offshore spots.
He's only got 1 fish in the box right now. Maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't know what he has in the box right now. Once again, I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. Everybody at home?
Back offshore on the crankbait program. We've seen him when he connects on this most of the week when we've been in the boat with him. It's a big one. Quality 3 to 5 pounders.
He was all bundled up like that kid in the Christmas Story about an hour ago. Now he's tank tops and flip-flops. He's at the beach or something. Comfortable on that front deck.
What are you seeing, Sheldon? Does it look the same as this morning?
Yeah, they're biting a little bit better. I've gotten quite a few bites since we pulled up. I caught one keeper right off the bat when we got here, and I've had 4 or 5 of them hit it, and I've had them hooked, but they won't stay hooked. I think they're just slapping at it. Just out here plucking around. Got us 3 in the box. They ain't very big.
Like I said, he's got 3 in the box.
We're taking it 1 bite at a time today, though.
Sheldon has made a push each afternoon after 2 o'clock. He's been able to capitalize and catch kicker fish that have culled out. Some of the smaller fish he catches in the morning. Shows up at that drive-through weigh-in in Grove. 19 pounds on day 1. Added another 16 to that yesterday. Impressive. First 2 days.
I got fishing line.
Sheldon's had a slower morning, but several of our anglers out here that we're covering today have been putting in work out on Grand Lake of the Cherokees. And we're going to take a look right now at some of the action from Showdown Saturday as we enter this 12 o'clock hour. In fact, at our last hour of live coverage, Grove, Oklahoma. Sheldon Collins, I believe this was keeper number 2 for him. A little different look than we've seen. Haven't seen him spend a ton of time on docks. Oof. A familiar sight this week. A buzzbait getting ran down by Grand Lake bass.
Yes,
Taylor Watkins, our unofficial leader. Tennessee angler.
Oh, Mr. Ohio. David Hohei still putting one in the boat. Your boy right there, Brian Smith. John Policini, the racing fish. He's more worried about listening to who's going to win the football game than he is fishing, it seems like. But
he got low for that one.
He did, man.
John, a lot more flexible than I would have guessed on the back of that bullet. Getting it done. He's been in the top 10 since day one, trying to stay in there to get that payday here on Grand Lake as we look at that beautiful sailboat bridge. Grand Lake of the Cherokees, the city of Grove, Oklahoma. They've been an awesome host this week for this final regular season event of this inaugural season, B.
Dude, it's been one heck of a season. We have had a great time considering where we started and where we are now. The fan base has grown. The viewership has grown. It seems that people at home like what we're doing out here on the water.
Well, it's easy to go to work. This is not work, right?
This is not.
We're having
This is
a great
dream
time.
come true.
It absolutely
It really
is.
is.
But it's so much fun getting to interact with these guys, getting to cover, and getting to see. Dudley says it all the time. He's a live addict, and I've seen it. He does. He loves watching
Absolutely,
fishing
yes,
live.
he does.
Loves every second of it.
Ate up with it.
But watching these guys go through the motions, especially on Showdown Saturday, we get to see so many of the emotions kind of slip out. You're seeing Perkins get a little frustrated. He had to spend some time under a boat dock hiding from a storm, and he's out there wanting to defend that AOY, lead that he has. Sheldon Collins moving and shaking a little bit, trying to figure it out, and then you see the emotion from a guy like Taylor Watkins that it just all seems to be going his way on Showdown Saturday.
And they have such a cool story with that about how the guy at the bait shop gave him that hook and said something about you I like. Here's his hook. This is going to help you win the tournament. And look where he's at now. He's leading the tournament. It's incredible. Cool story, and if it really comes to fruition, it's I'm definitely going to go get some of this hook.
You and I are going to the bait stop. Hey, what are you seeing us? They'll probably be like, you guys should quit fishing. That's probably what they'll tell us. But, yeah, really cool story Taylor told this morning. Was actually given a hook at a local tackle store. The owner said, I got a feeling about you this week. I think you're going to win this thing.
Wow.
Here we are on day 3, Showdown Saturday, and Taylor Watkins has been doing work all morning long. Just put that 5th keeper in the boat. And really, for the most part, it's a struggle for a lot of our anglers out there on Showdown Saturday today.
Well, I think I don't want to say it's been a struggle all week long, but all these guys have had to fish hard. Like, nobody's went out there and caught 50 keepers.
It's not easy.
You're not calling limits. It's tough.
Grand Lake is a healthy lake. A lot of those 12 to 14-inch bass in there.
Yeah. Charlie Ingram touched on that yesterday during the weigh-in. Charlie Ingram said a few years ago, him and Mike McClellan came here to film a show. Took them, I think, 2 or 3 days of filming just to get a 5-fish limit for the show.
Just to catch 5 fish with a camera in the boat. Yep. No, I mean, just crazy.
And what he touched on, too, like you were saying, right now there's a lot of smaller, good fish out here, but you have a lot of 12, 13 inches. He said another 2-3 years, this lake, if you think it's good now, it's going to be a powerhouse another year or two.
Yeah, we've heard that a lot of guys having to go through a lot of numbers to get those 5 fish, but it's certainly been a great week on Grand Lake and some leaderboard shakeup on that unofficial Way Live leaderboard. All of our anglers, of course, encouraged to enter their estimated weight. So everything is unofficial because we don't trust half these guys. You tell me it's a 4-pounder, it's probably an 8-pounder.
Taylor Watkins.
Yeah, Taylor Watkins. So we're going to check out this unofficial leaderboard, and looks the same right now. Taylor Watkins with that 5th fish. We saw him update that Way Live app the last time we were with him. Taylor Watkins up top, but Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson making some noise. Dobson to start the morning said, I think I'm going to need 22 pounds to run down Sheldon. Well, you look right here, unofficially. He ran him down, and he is in that second place.
He's in the zone, too. I've seen him a few times this week get a little giggly. I've seen signs of him I've never seen. He's at his home lake and doing good at his home lake there. It's got to be such a relief for him. He's in the zone. He's feeling it, and it's just good to see that side of Jeff, man. I'm glad to see him go out with a bang.
Big mover and shaker, no doubt about it, but a big mover and shaker today. Matt Mollahan started the day in 11th, fighting to get in that Nickajack Championship, has moved all the way up to 3rd. Sheldon Collins in 4th place. We just checked in with Sheldon there. He has 3 keepers, but it's a struggle for him. He says they're not taking the bait right. They're eating it a little funny. He's moving and shaking. We've seen him on docks. We've seen him throwing topwater today, and now we see him offshore where he's done a lot of his damage this week. I think as the day goes on, though, you're going to see him start to throw some shots back
if
Taylor
history
Watkins'
repeats
way.
itself, yes, we will see that. Because like you said, we've talked about before, each day we go off, he's setting good, but he always comes in with 3, 4 to 5 more pounds than what he had before we end our live coverage.
He's sneaky.
He is.
Sneaky
we
Sheldon
talked about
Collins.
We think he's almost doing it just because he knows the camera's off and nobody can see his local juice. But that's a conspiracy, right? And we don't do conspiracy.
We don't do
NPFL.
conspiracy theories. Yeah, no conspiracy theories here at the National Professional Fishing League. Bryant Smith in 5th, Paul Browning. Derek Blake, a big mover yesterday, caught a 5-pounder, moved up just right outside of our top 10, but sitting pretty in 7th place. Timmy Reams, Brandon Perkins, and David Hoheisel slowly falling out of that top 10. A lot tougher morning for David. He got off to a fast start on days 1 and 2, but a much slower day for him and a lot of the field.
Absolutely.
Something that you hit me with in the last break, you were looking at that Way Live app that you can check out at tnpfl.com. Give me a little bit of this AOY juice here.
Oh, the AOY juice. So you got a guy creeping up. You couldn't really see in that top 10, but right there, a few spots below in 14. Keith Carson's making a move. Keith Carson stumbled on the day, so you better look out. Perkins better tighten up. It's going to be hard for him to lose. It's obvious. But, hey, Carson, if there's anybody you don't want behind you, it's Keith Carson.
And he said all week, man, I want clouds. Man, I want wind. We've heard it from Carson over and over and over, and he's got it today. So
those two,
going to get interesting.
For it to be first and second, I got a few notes wrote down. I did a little bit of homework. Luke, if you don't mind me going into it.
You're going to make me look bad. Watson's taking your job. You can't take my job. I don't want to be on the unemployment
line. We're going
to
run down the list of the places between Perkins and Carson throughout the season. So our first event was Eufaula. Perkins finished 9th. Carson finished 13th. Second event was Patman. Perkins finished 18th. Carson won that. All right, number 1. Go down to Harris. 17th is where Perkins fished. Carson got a 3rd right there. Well, then we hit the Pickwick. You know who won that? Perkins got that bad boy. And then Carson got 29th right there. So he fell back a little bit hitting that 29th. And then going into Winnebago, we saw Perkins get that second, barely got
edged out by Buck Mallory.
And then Carson finished 5th right there. So them boys have been neck and neck all year long, and it's no wonder why they are where they are coming into the last event.
Awesome battle between those two. We've had John Sokup in that mix.
Absolutely.
David Gaston can't be forgotten.
Nick Vrvanacek was a name, man. He came in with the guns a-blazing this season and just – like we talked about that versatility and changing these different bodies of water. You saw where certain guys did real well the first half of the season, then we changed things up. That versatility is what we've talked about all year long.
For sure. We've seen Mark Schilling in the mix, too.
Schilling.
We'll give him a
that's
shout
one
out.
guy I am
He's been
shocked
quiet
we
this
have
week.
not heard from this week.
Very
like
quiet. Yeah, Bryant Smith, another one of those guys that's mixed it up all year. Everybody earning their spot in that progressive top 25 race that's going to go to that Nickajack Championship. We're going to jump back out onto Grand Lake where they are definitely earning it on Showdown Saturday. Back out here with Sheldon Collins and Taylor Watkins. Number 1 and 2 coming into Showdown Saturday.
Stuff like that. We made it half the day on 2, so we make it another half a day on 2.
Got some more clouds creeping in there around Sheldon. A little bit of wind.
Yeah, well, you look where Watkins is. You got the sun on him. It's nice and glassy. I say nice and glassy, but it's probably not what he wants.
I'm going to take me a little potty break, and we're going to go.
You know, we just took a look at that unofficial leaderboard, and the reason it's so important to stress that is these guys are out there duking it out for 50 grand. They're stressed out, but we put a lot of pressure on them to enter those weights in that Way Live app, and I don't think Sheldon has updated his.
At this point, he couldn't care less about that
the Way Live.
app.
Yeah,
he's worried about winning that home body of water that he's had the lead on for the past 2 days.
That's
going
right.
to the final day. The last thing he wants to do is take his mind off of putting them fish in the box and typing that phone putting them weights in. So as much as we need it and we want it, I understand where his mind is at.
There's
right
no
now.
doubt about it. He's focused.
Forgot this one got rained on.
That's why it's so important to tune in to that drive-through weigh-in to see this all play out. Of course, our top 10, they don't check in until 5 p.m., so it's going to be close to 5:30 when the fireworks really start to go off there in the city of Grove, and you're going to see that shield get handed out, hoisted above the winner's head today in a $50,000 check.
Plural. Shields.
Shields.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, is that even correct? I don't know.
Is anything we do
The Golden
correct?
Shield for the Progressive AOY. We're going to fill the championship field. Of course, the top 25 will move on to that Nickajack Championship, Tennessee River.
There's a lot going on here at this tournament.
A lot going on.
We talked about it earlier. You've got guys fighting for first place to win this tournament. You got guys fighting for points to make that championship. You got guys fighting for points just to win the AOI title by Progressive.
And guys fighting for pride.
Pride and to get a check to make that
Get a little
32
bit of
cut line.
cash. 2 different tournaments going on today.
Long time.
You shouldn't be feeling any pressure yet.
No. This will be the best 5 hours of the day. Just like it has been every day.
I like that optimism.
Oh, yeah. Catching weather.
Oh, he's not shook.
No, he's not.
You don't see him like that
we
very
talk
much.
about, man, that old soul. He's been doing this. He knows how the game's played. And the good thing about him, he knows how it can go. I think he's the kind of guy that's going to hope for the best, expect the worst.
And like he mentioned earlier this week, all the experience on Grand, but how Grand can humble you, how it can change daily. And he's done his best to stick and move, change up. Yesterday we saw him pull the ejector seat early on day 2, runs to the lower end of the lake where he didn't even touch on day 1
They
to
cut
take
it
the
off early
lead.
today.
Build up the drama so everybody tunes into the weigh-in.
Yeah.
And he's asking if we go off the air early today so he can go check all of his
exactly
sneaky
what
secret
he's doing.
spots. Sheldon.
He is not going to show his juice to all the viewers.
Well, we got to catch some big ones to do that.
Sneaky,
Sheldon.
Yeah.
Smart. It's not like this isn't the last time he's going to be fishing Grand.
That's right. That's something that we haven't
Give 'em
talked
big
about
and we're out of here.
that I always think about when a guy like Perkins wins at home. You spend your whole life working hard on these local lakes. You win a lot of local tournaments. Everybody's like, oh, Sheldon, man, Sheldon's here. And you've got all this sneaky stuff. Well, then you put a lot of it on camera trying to win that 50K, trying to get that big shield on your mantle. And then you get some spectator votes, too. So you give up a lot to win one of these events. Is the juice worth the squeeze? And I think it certainly is.
Absolutely. Because we know how fishermen are. You put a picture on Facebook, Instagram, your social medias, other anglers are picking it apart, zooming
right.
in and trying to figure out where you are.
Like we are on that jig box right now.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sheldon's going to retie right here, and we're going to go check in with our sponsors here at the National Professional Fishing League. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in here on Showdown Saturday, and we will see you on the other side to close this thing out with more live action from Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed. And we're also backed by, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebastank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back to Grand Lake, Brandon Perkins. He looks like he's on a different lake than we've seen most of the morning. If you're just joining us, the National Weather Service issued a Category 4 hurricane warning on Grand around the 10 o'clock mark. Perkins has to be feeling those butterflies, angle of the year. The day's winding down, but it's a little tougher on him today. He's been dialed the first 2 days, but a little slower.
Sticking to his game plan, though. We've seen other guys do this and do that and veering off and trying different things. Perkins not doing it. He even commented earlier about the quality of fish wasn't the same, but now with this, I'm seeing more sun. Is that going to get those fish to get tighter to that cover? Is that going to cause them to move
You
back
would think
in?
it would really help the docks, in my opinion.
They'd have to be drunk. I'm having one of those days, guys. This is the regular Brandon right now, not the superhero one that's been going ham all year. I cannot get them in the boat. I am getting some bites. I don't know if they're big ones, little ones, babies. I mean, it's frustrating. I thought that the wind was gonna blow, thought it was gonna be cloudy, and I'm kind of in a section of the lake where I was fishing for that kinda, but I don't know. I got a long time. I've caught, everything I've caught all week's been good ones. I've not caught babies, and today all I'm catching is little ones. That's the ones I'm getting in the boat, and it ain't many of those. That's what's crazy about it. I don't really know what's changed. I fished this stretch of docks right here on day 1, but not on day 2, and not necessarily saving them. I didn't catch a bass in here, I don't believe, but in practice I caught several, and the biggest, it's tough. Still sitting on one. I got time every day. The afternoon has been better, and every day in practice, that is. Man, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but I don't know why there wasn't a bass in it. But every afternoon was good, so we're not laying down, we're not out of it yet. I think that a limit does the job for me today. Doesn't put me up there in contention to do anything other than AOY, but that's where we're at. It is brutally tough. I just can't figure out if they're on the back side, on the front side. Obviously, these are the least ideal conditions for a buzzbait, and that's kind of been all week what I do in between good docks and pick up a fish here and there, and I feel like I weighed 3 each day that I caught on top. And today, the one fish I have in the box was a buzzbait fish, but it was right off the bat when it was still low light. And I had that big bite that came on it. I'm gonna fish this other dock one more time. I caught the biggest one I caught since I've been here on it, and I had one thump it a minute ago on this dock, but he didn't get it. Like one of those good feeling bites. But I just kind of caught it on the fall. And some of the big ones this week have been doing that, especially in conditions like we have now. But that's what's blowing my mind. Like, what I've learned in practice is not working out today at all. But I'm gonna fish this dock out, run back over here. I say run, troll back over here to this other good one, give it 5 minutes, and see if we can't catch a big one off of it. I know I can see them on my graph. I know there's fish under it. Some of them may be crappie for sure, but I can see a couple bigger specimens. But yeah, we're not having fun right now. I feel like throughout the season, I've had moments in my days like this where just stuff didn't work out. I mean, think back like the last day at Wright Patman, the last day at Pickwick, and then where else? Day 1, Harris Chain. It was one of those days. I think that was my smallest bag of the year, and I had on a pretty good bag. Lost a 5-pounder, lost another one on a swim jig, but I'm having one of those days. You just have to work your way through them, work your way out of them instead of head down and feeling sorry for yourself. And it's hard mentally. I feel like that's where I've grown the most this year as a tournament angler, is the mental part, because it is it's not easy to maintain your composure when you feel like you got them figured out and you're just not catching them, or you can't get them in the boat. But I'm due. Golly, that's deep. I am due. Brush all down this line.
Great stuff from Brandon Perkins.
Kind of sitting on it.
Oh, good stuff, especially when he referred to himself as a superhero earlier. Somebody was saying if when he wins AOI, he's already hired somebody to carry a boombox around, so he has his own theme music. Time for the percolator, time for the percolator, time for the percolator. I don't blame him, though. If I won a $50,000 tournament and then won AOI in a field stacked up like this field here, I'd be proud, too.
You think he could hire you as a hype man?
Absolutely.
That was nice.
For Brandon Perkins? Oh, yeah.
Anything. For
time for the percolator. It is crazy to see how the weather just flip-flopped like that. How that thick, nasty just storm come through, and now, like you say, it's calm, cool, and slick.
All right, Perkins breaking it down for us. All the ups and downs that come with being a professional bass angler. It's a roller coaster ride out there in 1 8-hour day, let alone an entire season. He has done his thing to be sitting on top of that progressive AOI here on the final Showdown Saturday of the regular season. But from Perkins, we're going to go over to a man that woke up this morning with one thing in mind. I was trying to win on the home pond, Jeff Dobson.
He thought I was exaggerating.
Professional overrun.
He's having a good time out there, man.
Yes, he is.
There she is. God damn!
I take back what I said.
Sorry. God, that was a freaking giant.
Emotional roller coaster. Welcome to bass fishing.
God, that was a big one. What the heck happened, man? That's a 17-pound test. Brand new knot. That's the biggest fish I've had a hold of all freaking week.
They don't just break your line, they break your heart.
Isn't that the truth? You ought to write a song about that, Luke.
I think that was actually like a Berkeley fishing line ad when I was a kid, so I can't take credit for that.
That's pretty good.
I can't take credit for that.
Pretty good. And that's
some fishing line back in the day. Yeah.
Man, we just talked about how he's feeling good and doing good and laughing and chuckling, and then that right there, man. You can't let it get in your head, though, right? We talked about Perkins touching that earlier, you know, about not letting it get in your head.
Yeah, the percolator broke it down for us. You can't let it get to you.
Nope, sure can't.
Literally been fishing for that bite for 2 freaking hours.
Let me ask you, man, when you get worked up like Jeff is right now.
Oh, I don't get worked up.
You don't get, oh, yeah, okay. Not Luke Duncan. No. Never heard you get worked up on LBL or nothing.
I don't go from 0 to 60 at all.
But do you sit down, have a snack, get a drink of water, and cool down? Or do you just get back?
Don't just get
we all
madder.
handle it differently.
Let's get
No
madder.
abrasion on my line.
Here we go.
Didn't break at the knot.
I do pretty much the exact same thing Mr. Dobson's doing. You try to figure out, it doesn't make sense to you. Why does that kind of stuff happen?
I've never had it happen to me. I've never lost a fish, thank goodness.
Never lost a fish fight, I've heard.
Boom. That's good, man. Look at you. Boom goes a dynamite. Never lost a fish fight.
Got to fish clean.
Got to fish clean, and his mouth will be clean when Brad
man,
Ford
that
put some
one hurt.
soap in it at the weigh-in this
Isn't that
afternoon.
the truth? It wouldn't. Yeah. All right.
Let Jeff simmer down out on Grand Lake, and we're going to check back in with the skinny dog who's been out there killing it for us all week while the big cat has been in studio. Mr. James Worldwide Watson out on Grand Lake.
That's a wrap, guys. Hey, I want to thank NPFL for a great time. Thanks for inviting me to do your commentating on the water. Flat Cat, thank you for going to the studio and letting me come out here on the water. I got to go fish a tournament at North Fork Lake, and it worked out that way, and I appreciate it. Thanks for that rain suit too, guys. I mean, golly, that's dynamite. But hey, I already know a lot of these guys, but I met a lot of new anglers that I've never met before. I mean, for the first time, got to know a lot of them on the water, floating around at the weigh-in, before the weigh-ins, everything like that. These are some really great fishermen. You know what the world needs? More bass anglers. And I got to meet some great anglers today and this week, and I've had a very fortunate time. I can't get over it. The weather's broke now. Looks like it's going to be nice. It's going to come down to the wire for Angler of the Year and the champion. It's probably going to be determined off air, all right, in that gap before weigh-in. We're going to go live at the weigh-in at 3:30 Central Time. Stay tuned right here, same channel, Wolf Creek Ranch, Grove, Oklahoma. Thanks for having us. On to the championship.
Huge thank you.
Yeah, man.
To Watson out there. Big shoes to fill. Fat Cat's been killing it all year long out there on the water. Dudley had a conflict this week. We decided, you know what? The big cat's going to be in studio. You drove from Oklahoma into the Wisconsin. We're up here in the NPFL Live studios here in Appleton, Wisconsin. And you joined me, and we're like, who is going to fill those shoes? And Watson has done an incredible job. So I want to thank him. I know you do too.
Oh, yeah, definitely,
awesome.
man. He did a great job. There's nobody else I'd rather do it than Watson. He did good. And I know I'm no David Dully. I don't have a pinky of knowledge compared to what that guy has. He is so much smarter than I am when it comes to fishing, but I appreciate the opportunity to get up here. One more thing. Shout out to Wombat and Mudhole, the guys that have been shuttling and having to deal with Worldwide all week. Bless their hearts for having to put up with him. But, yeah, man. Good stuff, Worldwide. Go out there and smash them up, Bobby.
And the Wombat, Eric Hemans, has to get on a plane
Yes, he
today,
does.
head out. He's getting married.
Yeah, Wombat's the cameraman that always makes me look good. I'll do 15, 20 takes before I get the right segment out there. So Wombat's the man. And Mudhole's the boat driver. Good team right there. Can't wait to get back in the saddle. Uh-oh. Ho-Heisel getting a little oh, boy. I don't know about you. This got me a little nervous, though.
Well, slides not known for their traction.
Good point. Yep, good for known, like walking to the mailbox, things of that nature. But he's fixing to walk to the mailbox and cash a fat check this week. Doing good in that top 10. Look at him. There we go.
There's a slide down.
Okay, so this is different.
You're not allowed to leave the boat to land a fish.
And now the boat's go drifting away.
He's got one flop up. Hey.
Okay.
You know, get in where you fit in.
That's right.
I've heard you say that several times.
Get in where you fit
as
in,
the coverage winds down, the fishing's slow. I say go
man.
one slide and hop off of the dock. I like it.
Yeah,
From
do what you got to
over
do, man.
to Brett Loomis. Brett has been working that bluff pattern all week long. Came into this event 49th, the most progressive angler of the year points. So just looking for a hooked up.
It's going to be short.
The brown dog with what looked like a spotted bass, spotted dog there for Brett Loomis. We've seen a lot of that this week.
A lot of measuring going on.
A lot of measuring.
That's right. Yep. Go back home and get Big Belly Kelly. We talked about earlier, Brett's one of those anglers that don't say much. He's got his head in the game.
Uses one of those dreaded left-handed bait casting reels. I
didn't know there was a such thing.
Brett Loomis over to maybe our hot mess of the afternoon right here.
What is going on?
What is happening?
So I got hung up way back under a dock in the last place that we were fishing, and I had to break my line, and my bait was, I don't know, 20 yards under there, 15 yards under there. And so whenever I went to break it, I was against a pole, and I pulled on it. It broke up in there. Well, I went ahead and grabbed the line right where it was against the pole, but apparently where I pulled on it so hard, it pulled my line down inside the spool. And so where it was pulled down inside the spool about another 10 feet or so, 15 feet, it had a bad spot in it. Whenever I made that cast, I saw it. So instead of taking a chance, I always keep a spool line in the boat just for that reason, or in case I backlash really bad. And so let it take me not very long, a couple minutes to change it.
Some
Just
of
go
that
ahead and
freshy
change it.
fresh
We got
on
brand
there.
new
It
line.
always
We're
feels
ready
good
go.
to have fresh line.
That's right.
I think that's funny that we spend hours, the day before the event, these guys have an off day, spend hours relining everything. Put a spool in the boat, you can change it in a couple
That's
minutes.
right.
Doesn't take long. Taylor took a couple minutes out to make sure. And you may be sitting at home going, dude's got 12 rods on the deck. Why can't he just pick up another one? Man, when you get in a rhythm with a certain rod in particular, even though he may have 4 in the boat that are the exact same setup, there's something about you kind of get in a groove with one, especially with a jig. I'm definitely that way. I'll sit down and respool.
Absolutely. Like you say, some of these guys might have 8 rods on the deck, and there might be 8 different actions on
That's
those
right.
rods. A lot of different mindsets when it comes to that. And
He
like you were
respooled,
talking
now he's
about.
going to pick up another rod.
Come on.
I don't even like that rod. I don't know that Luke Duncan's making a point about how much I like that rod. I'm going to pick up another one. It's like Luke was giving me my lucky hook a hard time on day 2.
Did he see something schooling? Is he throwing us something? That must be why I did it.
Must have had a schooling fish come up behind him.
I might ought to get my fluke back out.
You won't
I
do
have
it.
my fluke out just for that reason, for if they come up blowing up, I could throw it on them. It hadn't happened all week, so I put it up. And of course, whenever I put it up, they start.
Taylor, unofficially our leader. He's got his big fish logged in at 4.6 on the Way Live app.
We've touched on a couple
Liar,
times.
liar, pants on fire.
He's pulling a David Gaston.
For sure. The fish is definitely over 5 pounds. And potentially a big bite, big bass challenge winner. And if you're a member of that fraternity out here, $5,000 extra dollars.
Keyword extra.
Extra to the winner of the Big Bite Challenge. And that's actually Jeff Dobson from Oklahoma, that's his program. He set that up for the anglers here at the NPFL. So we thank Jeff for that. There's been a lot of money dished out for that Big Bite Challenge this year. The league itself pays $1,000 for big bass, and then you get an additional $5,000 on top of it.
So here it is, the last regular season tournament. Do we go into one of our anglers that could have really have capitalized if they would have joined that?
Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. Big Jim Jones could be $18,000.
Yeah, three in a row that he could have won.
Yep. 3 or so.
And he didn't. There's a side pot.
Right.
Basically.
NPFL is $1,000 for big fish, and then it's $5,000 if you do the Big Bite Bass Challenge.
Big Bite Challenge. Those guys pay basically an entry fee at the first of the year to join that side pot, and it dishes out some cash based on how many members got in. And it's been fun keeping up with that all year, unless you're Jim Jones, and he has not been happy that he didn't stroke a check.
Sorry I brought that up, Jim.
Back at Eufaula. Good look there at number 1 and number 2 coming into Showdown Saturday. Sheldon Collins, of course, our local favorite. Talented young pro from right here in Grove, Oklahoma. And Taylor Watkins, the Tennessee pro. Sheldon going to join us at that Nickajack Championship. 15th in the Progressive AOY coming into this event. And Taylor Watkins, 5th place.
5th, sitting pretty.
In that Progressive Angler of the Year.
And he's got history on Nickajack, correct?
Lives very close to Nickajack, so I know he's looking forward to that event.
Brutal, brutal, brutal.
Ooh.
We're in that no-bite window anyway, bud.
Yep.
First little negative.
Yes, it is.
We've heard from Sheldon today.
Collins saying it's brutal. Collins.
We agree. We're watching it go down. It's brutal today on this final afternoon.
Woo-saw, Sheldon, woo-saw.
You can hear him trying to calm himself
Just
down.
fishing.
It's just fishing until you're leading 2 days, going to the third day as a leader, and then not catching them. It's not fishing anymore. It's like, oh my goodness. Let's get this train back on the tracks. Like we keep going to, man, it seems like his bigger bite's coming later in the day.
He is absolutely upgraded. Our live coverage ends at 2 p.m. on the first 2 days of the event. He has upgraded big time after we've gone off live, both the first and second day. He was asking a little earlier, don't the guys cut at 1 o'clock? He's looking forward to getting there a little earlier today.
That's what we've talked about, though. Yeah, he doesn't want to go to him on camera. We're assuming that. We don't know
I don't
for
think
sure.
that's the case today.
I know. Yeah, it's probably not the case today. He'd probably
You're sitting on three in the box, closing in on that 1 o'clock hour. Even though he's got over 4 hours of fishing time, that's what we need to emphasize.
And this time of year, right? Because at 5 o'clock, that's when that sun starts to set. And
things can change in a hurry. Get different shade lines set up on different banks. Things can happen quick. And the afternoon delight,
Not
as we
much.
like to call it
Less
here
than
at the
5.
NPFL. Sheldon's going to make a move, which we've seen a lot of today.
Yes,
he
we
has
have.
been burning gas all over Grand Lake. Taylor Watkins switching it up. Switching it up from a jig to a buzzbait. Saw him catch a few on the buzzbait today.
Yeah.
Something that we haven't seen him utilize much the first 2 days, as far as in his weigh-in bag that he brings in. His 5 fish have mostly came off of a jig on docks. Two magic docks.
yeah.
All right.
We've talked about him and that big fish he caught earlier, sandbagging. He's unofficially leading right now
And he's on the low side.
And he's on the low side. There we go. So Sheldon's feeling the pressure, not knowing what Taylor has by any means, but he doesn't realize how far behind he is right now, I don't think.
But you know, when you're a guy like Sheldon, you've fished all over the country in major events from one end of this place to the other.
When you're not catching them, somebody else is.
Yes, they're always. You might feel like they're not biting for you, but in tournament fishing, somebody is having a day, even if they're not biting great, that they had the right little window, and Taylor certainly had that this morning. You know that. So Sheldon's he's starting to feel that without a doubt here going into that 1 o'clock hour. Of course, we end our live coverage here at 1 p.m. and we want to emphasize again, 3:30. It's when it all starts to go down, but our top 10 will check in at that 5 p.m. mark. So those fireworks are going to start going off around 5:15, 5:30 p.m. this afternoon in the city of Grove, Oklahoma. Wolf Creek, Big Al McCullough will be calling it all, bringing the boom.
And if you guys are keeping up with that Way Live tracker, you'll be able to see some of the guys that we're not watching on top 10 are making moves below, and those guys will be coming in early for that 3:30 weigh-in. So make sure, like Luke said, tune in at 3:30 and watch them guys bringing them big old fat sacks of meat.
So many scenarios going on out there.
A lot of stories.
We've got the top 25 for the championship field that we're trying to fill. We're going to hand somebody $50,000 for a win here at Grand, and then we're going to Taylor Watkins right there.
There it is.
Catching another fish. A lot slower day for Taylor.
Not going to help us.
And to finish what you were saying, that AOY trophy getting handed off today as well.
We're going to give away the AOY trophy, but we're going to pay 33 places here, $9,000. So no chump change being given out there to City.
What's 34th get?
Hey, man, thanks for coming.
There you go. See you
That's
next year.
what they get. Yeah, see you in 2022. Taylor trying to chase down one of those shields that our guys have absolutely loved. Our trophies are so cool that we have here on the NPFL. It's the only way I can put it. They're awesome, and right here you're getting a great look at that shield. The regular season shields, we have 3 different shields here in the league.
And all 3 of them are wall-to-wall, treetop tall.
I would have to agree with
Just
you
like
there,
your boy.
Mr. Newton. The regular season shield, though, of course, that red, white, and blue. Amazing. John Soka winning 2 of those. Brandon Perkins started the day trying to win his second, but Taylor Watkins saying, I think I'm in the driver's seat right now, and he certainly is as we wind down this live coverage, trying to hoist that and that $50,000. I like the big cardboard checks. We talked about that.
Oh, yeah.
We also give a $50,000 real check that they can actually take to the bank. Will it be Taylor Watkins? Will it be Sheldon Collins? What do you think? This is definitely putting the big cat on the spot. Lots of time left.
Looking how the past 2 days have went for Sheldon, I'm going to say, man, it's a cool story that Taylor has with the hook, the lucky hook and all that. Sheldon Collins. I'm going to go Sheldon Collins. I just think he has what it takes to work through this, what he's dealing with right now. We kind of heard him not really spinning out, but he's feeling the pressure.
He's game planning. He's trying to figure out.
I think he's seasoned enough. He's been around long enough to work through that, keep his head in the game, and capitalize on that later bite.
Well, I am going to have to go with Taylor, and the reason is I've followed this sport for a long time. When it's your time, it's your time. We've heard all these guys say that. We heard Sheldon say that this morning. We heard Perkins say that. That big fish, one of the biggest we've seen all week, if not the biggest. Man, it really, and then the conditions changing and it really affecting Sheldon's bite. I just feel like Taylor Watkins is going to be tough in these afternoon hours. But I do agree with you. Sheldon's got the goods. Right. It's going to be, you're going to want to tune into the weigh-in because we're not going to know what happens when we go off live for sure. Anything goes.
Because if you're going to go off, like you say, we're going off at 1 o'clock, then boys have 4 more hours of fishing.
And all we get to see is the unofficial leaderboard. We have no clue. It's all unofficial until Big Al McCullough drops those suckers on the scales, locks the weight, and gets those guys paid up and gets the trophies handed out. They don't let us do that. We're not officially official.
They don't trust us around nothing important like that.
We're just the mouth runners here for the NPFL. But we're going to take a look at this unofficial leaderboard one last time today. And as we've been mentioning, Taylor Watkins up top, the Tennessee angler. If you're just joining us, fireworks this morning. A bass we estimate to be well over 5 pounds. He's got it in on the Way Live Tracker app at 4 pounds. I think we all no better than
Oh,
that.
yeah,
We've seen
it's
it.
going to kick 5 in the teeth.
It was a great catch. I think our biggest fish of the week is a 5.7 right now.
I think you're right.
Big
Yes,
Bite
sir.
Challenge. So certainly going to threaten that. Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson right there in second place. Matt Mollahan, a
Hold
new
on,
name in our
man.
top 10 today, started in 11th. You had him. You said he was going to have a
All
good
year
event
long,
here.
man. Just all year long. Like I said, I keep talking about, not to be redundant, but he's had fishing-wise, had a good season. He's just had technical difficulties with his boat issues and things of that nature. He's getting where he needs to be. He needs this top 5, top 10 to make that top 25 for the championship.
To make a little
Nickajack.
move. He's one of the first. I think he was in 27th today. Luis Fernandez in 26th. So those guys fighting Dan Blackert in 25th. They're trying to get in that top 25 to get to Nickajack. We're going to have a good time on the Tennessee River there. Timmy Reams, one of our anglers that
He's
locked
working
up.
his way up, man.
Absolutely working his way up the top 10 today, but has locked up that championship spot for him. He has been so consistent for the last few events here. Sheldon Collins unofficially slipping to 5th place. We think he has a little bit more than that. If you're just tuning in, he's actually 3 fish in the box, way live showing 1. So a little bit more than that. So we're going to put him probably in that top 4 right now.
Absolutely.
But nothing to write home about yet, though, for Sheldon.
Right.
No big fish like we've seen from him the first 2 days. Bryant Smith, the California angler, in 6th. Paul Browning, Derek Blake, Brandon Perkins, our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, and John Policini sliding back up into that top 10 unofficially as we're winding down here on Showdown Saturday. It's been – shake-up has been the word of the day, but something that we have not seen a shake-up in today, that AOI race. We're going to take a look at that right now. The Progressive Angler of the Year race, and Brandon Perkins, once he jumped out front at that last tournament, he was gone.
He gone.
That's right.
He gone.
I think we can – you got to tune into the weigh-in, but it's safe to say Brandon, as long as he can stay in that top 10, Keith Carson, you can see there, over 20 points behind him. He's cruising to that 5 p.m. weigh-in there at Wolf Creek. Brandon Perkins, Keith Carson, we got to give these guys a shout-out. Incredible year. Keith got a victory. Brandon, of course, got a victory. Bryant Smith, he's been so close at several events. John Hookup, 2 victories, which is incredible to me that he's in 4th place. But he had 2 wins and then just some mediocre events by John standards. He's got paid up at every tournament.
He's doing
but
good.
having a difficult one here at Grand Lake, 4th place overall. Taylor Watkins in 5th place, our unofficial leader today on Showdown Saturday. Jay Willie Willard, great year. And he's fishing everything.
Consistent,
Bassmaster Opens, TNPFL, all over the country. He stays after it, and he works very hard. Great to see him having such an awesome year. Nick Pravanizak, who got after it early. He was our leader early in the year for 3 events.
He was killing. And for folks at home that don't realize, Nick Pravanizak, 17 boats. Over his career has won 17 boats. Cold, straight, stick. He can catch them. But like we talked about earlier, that versatility and going from different fishery to fishery to fishery. Not saying he's not versatile, but the first 3 events he was doing great and just –
it comes down to who makes the adjustments at the right time when we go to these different lakes, because all these guys are fantastic anglers. But Nick, he slipped a little bit at Pickwick, slipped a little bit at Winnebago, and we started seeing the wheels fall off as far as his Angler of the Year dreams were concerned. And another guy right there, David Gaston, he was our leader after Pickwick, slipped big time up there at Winnebago, put a goose egg up on day 1, something we would never expect out of David Gaston, but certainly it happens.
Happens to the best of them.
Absolutely. He's rebounded here. He's having a decent tournament here to keep himself up in that top 10. Timmy Reams, someone we've talked about a lot the last 3 tournaments, I feel like, the West Virginia angler getting it done. And Greg Mansfield, Joe Willard,
another one that
the
just
sickness
all
outdoors.
They do is fish. That's
it.
all they do, man.
Event to event, they're like a bunch of fishing gypsies.
And we've talked
It's
about it
crazy.
before. That really keeps those gears greased, and you're able just to stay in the motion and just keep your head in the game.
Those guys will immediately leave here and go to another event. It's absolutely what they do. It keeps you on your toes. You know what's going down. When you go to a lake, you're ready to roll. We are fixing to have to roll out of the studio and get you guys ready for that drive-through weigh-in. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you that have tuned in all year long. This is our final regular season event. We've got one more event, that championship at Nickajack that we've been talking about. I'm Luke Duncan. I appreciate you tuning in. Fat Cat Newton, you've been awesome, buddy. I appreciate you.
Man.
Anything you want to say here in the closing moments?
I want to say 2 things. I want to say happy birthday to my little nephew. He's 14, 6'1". He's a hoss like his uncle is. K.O. Newton, happy birthday, buddy. And also, To the family of Donnie O'Neill and Skeeter Fowler, we love y'all. Hope we made you proud. You see all the anglers wearing these black ribbons. It's in memory of Donnie and Skeeter, and just want all y'all to know, man, we love you, we care for you, we're here for you, and we're thankful that they were here to fish with us, and we just do our best to make them boys proud.
No doubt about it. We miss them this week, and we'll miss them forever. We will make sure to honor them at every single tournament from here on out. Those guys were so proud to be a part of this League B. You're the man.
Appreciate
James
you.
Watson, our production crew, Zach Visser. We appreciate each and every one of our cameramen. Thank you guys for tuning in all season. We will see you at Nickajack. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
No, here we Start it.
The boat. That's a fatty. That one's for you, fat cat. Biggin. Biggin.